Chapter 422. After thinking about all this, Zhou Jie looked at Elderbai again and asked, "Do you know the exact origin of the goddess clan?" Elderbai clearly didn't expect Zhou Jie's questions to be so strange. He was stunned for a moment before he opened his mouth and replied, "I only know that my clan was created by His Majesty. I don't know anything else." Hearing this answer, Zhou Jie was silent for a moment and then said, "You can leave. I will stay in your clan for a while. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important." After saying this, Zhou Jie did not even pay attention to any of the goddess clansmen. He took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. Zhou Jie found a place deep in the forest of the goddess clan, created a mud house with a thought, and walked in. After sitting down cross-legged, Zhou Jie first thought about his future plans and finally decided to leave after treating his injuries. As for the goddess clansmen, he did not plan to take any of them with him. In fact, before coming to the goddess clan, Zhou Jie still had the idea of taking away some treasures of the goddess clan. However, he later found that there was nothing valuable in the goddess clan other than the divine emperor's statue. As for the divine emperor's statue, Zhou Jie had passed by and investigated it before finding a place to stay. He found that other than some powerful laws as protection, there was nothing useful about it. Moreover, the divine emperor's statue was a sacred object of the goddess clan. As such, Zhou Jie could not possibly have any ideas about the divine emperor's statue. After eliminating all distracting thoughts, Zhou Jie began to meditate and cultivate, making the best use of his time to heal his injuries. After Zhou Jie entered the state of healing and cultivation, he did not care about the passage of time. 3 days passed in a row, and he did not move at all. Only a huge amount of cosmic energy was constantly being gathered and absorbed by him. However, under Zhou Jie's deliberate control, the process of absorbing cosmic energy was almost silent. The light source of the world in the stone came from the world barrier, so there was no distinction between day and night on the continent. However, there were thick clouds above the continent. When the clouds passed over a certain place on the continent, the corresponding continent would become very dark, just like the evening on an ordinary planet. On this day, clouds happened to pass over the sky of the goddess clan, and the entire canyon forest where the goddess clan was located fell into darkness. Zhou Jie sensed it, but he naturally ignored it. But not long after, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly and looked at the door of the stone house that didn't have a door. "Your Majesty, the goddess candidate of the goddess race, Ji Qianfei, requests an audience." An extremely gentle voice sounded from outside the room. Zhou Jie immediately thought of Ji Qianfei's soul-stirring appearance and figure, but this only made him frown even more. "What do you want?" Zhou Jie hesitated for a second before asking, tacitly agreeing to Ji Qianfei's request. Ji Qianfei took a few steps forward and appeared at the door. Seeing Zhou Jie, she shyly raised her foot and was about to enter. "Stop. If you have something to say, say it," Zhou Jie suddenly said coldly, and Ji Qianfei couldn't help but put her foot back down. Zhou Jie didn't look up at Ji Qianfei, but his perception still subconsciously swept over her. Even though the power of laws contained in her body had been sealed by Zhou Jie, her appearance and figure were still alluring. But for some reason, Zhou Jie's frown deepened. Ji Qianfei's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess when she saw Zhou Jie being so unreasonable, but she still maintained a charming smile on her face. She bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, Qianfei came here today in hopes that Your Majesty can help me obtain the position of goddess." Ji Qianfei paused for a moment. Seeing that Zhou Jie didn't say anything, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but she still continued, "As long as Your Majesty helps me obtain the position of goddess, I'm willing to offer all of my extreme energy to Your Majesty and help Your Majesty's cultivation progress." Extreme energy? Zhou Jie couldn't help but murmur when he heard this term. Seeing that Zhou Jie seemed to be interested, Ji Qianfei's eyes flashed with joy, and she hurriedly said, "My goddess clan cultivates the goddess art and accumulates energy in our body. This is the power of laws passed down through our bloodline. When our goddess is born, all of the yin energy in her body will converge into extreme yin energy. I heard from the elders that this energy is extremely powerful. Even with your majesty's cultivation, if you can obtain this extreme yin energy, you'll definitely be able to make a breakthrough in your cultivation and even reconstruct your divine body and soul, changing your talent. When he heard up to here, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked by how miraculous extreme yin energy was. At the same time, he could be considered to have completely understood why the emperor had fostered a goddess as a maidservant. Besides extreme yin energy, there was probably nothing else in the goddess clan that was worth a perfection stage imperial monarch going to such great lengths. However, Zhou Jie had doubts about the goddess at this point, so he immediately asked, "You came to ask me to help you become the goddess, so why did Su Yoyu and you both become candidates? But in the end, Su Yoyu became the first qualified person. Also, if one of you two becomes the goddess, what will happen to the other?" When she heard Zhou Jie's two questions, Ji Qinfei's expression changed slightly, but she quickly gritted her teeth and said with a miserable expression, "When that bitch Su Yoyu and I were just born, we competed for the bloodline power of our clan in the birth pool. At that time, I won and possessed a denser bloodline power. This should have determined that I would be the goddess in the end, but I never expected that for some reason, that bitch Su Yuyu's bloodline awakened and the quality of her bloodline far surpassed mine, thus making up for the difference in bloodline density between us. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. I cultivated diligently, and my bloodline talent surpassed that bitch's in the early days. So even now, my cultivation of the goddess battle technique is still superior to hers. However, when the day of the goddess's birth approached, the elders of the clan decided to choose that bitch because her bloodline quality was higher. Once she was chosen to become the goddess, then my bloodline power would be taken by her to make her the supreme goddess. But I've been more outstanding than that bitch since I was young, and I've also put in more effort in cultivation than her. Why should I be destroyed just because her bloodline quality is higher? Lord Monarch, when I become the goddess, I definitely won't be inferior to her. When the time comes, I'm willing to give my first extreme yin energy to Lord Monarch without reservation. After that, I'll be able to produce an endless amount of extreme yin energy. Lord Monarch, you can take me anywhere you want. I'm willing to follow Lord Monarch." The more Ji Qinfei spoke, the more agitated she became. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie interrupted her. "Enough!" Ji Qinfei was obviously stunned by Zhou Jie's interruption. Then, she called out in a questioning tone, "My lord." When Zhou Jie heard Ji Qinfei calling out to him, it was obvious that she was asking for his answer. Zhou Jie's mind raced, but in the end, he remained silent for a long time before he said, "I won't interfere with your clan's affairs. Please leave." After that, Zhou Jie didn't wait for Ji Qinfei to ask for anything else. He waved his hand and sent Ji Qinfei 1,000 meters away. Again, Zhou Jie's heart belonged to someone, so there was no way he would do anything that was equivalent to betraying Long Shui. As for Ji Qinfei's request to offer her extreme yin energy, Zhou Jie would probably have to do something indescribable. Of course, he wouldn't consider it, so naturally, he wouldn't take Ji Qinfei away. "I just came here by accident and discovered the secret of this place. If I can leave now, I might not provoke the emperor. However, if I touch the goddess's people and he finds out before I leave the sealed realm, then I'll be in big trouble." That was exactly what Zhou Jie was thinking. He maintained his original plan and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts before he meditated again. However, less than a day later, another uninvited guest came to visit. "Your Majesty, Yu has something to ask of you." Zhou Jie was silent. He already knew that the person outside the room was Su Yoyu and guessed that her purpose was similar to Ji Qinfei's. After a moment of silence, he said, "If you're here for the goddess, then please leave. I won't interfere with your clan's affairs." As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, Su Yuyu's anxious voice came from outside the room. "No, your Majesty, Yu isn't here for the goddess. I think Sister Qianfei has already come to see you." Yo-Yu has another request that concerns the fate of my clan. Su Yo-Yu's words made Zhou Jie's heart skip a beat. When the word fate fell into his ears, it seemed to wake him up. Zhou Jie's eyes suddenly lit up and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 423. Come in and tell me. Zhou Jie pondered for a moment before finally speaking. As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, Su Yo-Yu appeared at the door. She still had that lovely and moving appearance, but there was a trace of determination in her eyes. Zhou Jie glanced at her and then lowered his head to look at the ground. He said, "Tell me, what does it affect the fate of your race?" The reason why Zhou Jie asked Su Yo-Yu to come in was because when she spoke about the fate of her race, Zhou Jie associated it with the sorrow of the goddess race, so he felt compassion. In fact, although Zhou Jie wanted to help the goddess race leave this realm, Zhou Jie didn't make up his mind due to the power of the emperor after entering the room. Su Yo-Yu actually knelt down on both knees. "My lord, Su Yo-Yu begs you to take my race to a safe place. In exchange, Su Yo-Yu is willing to follow my lord and do everything for my lord." Zhou Jie frowned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Why are you begging me and not the emperor?" When Su Yo-Yu heard this question, she immediately replied, "Your Majesty, Yu has never met your Majesty. I've only heard from the elders that your Majesty created this world with the intention of keeping our race in captivity. We're only things in his palm. If I were to ask him to set our race free, how could he possibly agree? On the other hand, my lord, when you saw Su Yo-Yu, you didn't have any improper thoughts about me. This made Su Yo-Yu feel that you should be the righteous person like Howren, that elderby said. Only such a cultivator can resist the goddess art of my race." Zhou Jie was speechless when he heard Su Yo-Yu's words. Howren, righteous person? Zhou Jie felt that something was strange. He was once a cold-blooded killer, so how could he be related to Howren righteous? However, Zhou Jie didn't think too much about it. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If possible, I will lead your clan away from this place and send all of you to a safe place. However, I haven't made up my mind yet. You should return first." When Su Yo-Yu heard this, she was both excited and happy. However, she was still worried that Zhou Jie had finally made up her mind and did not plan to bring them away. Thus, she opened her red lips and wanted to say something. However, Zhou Jie seemed to know what Su Yo-Yu was thinking. He sighed softly and said, "Don't worry. I'm thinking about how to take you away. Go back and wait for my news." With that, Zhou Jie sent Su Yo-Yu 1,000 meters away with a thought. Then, Zhou Jie thought for a moment. Suddenly, he had an idea and took out a gray token. It was the treasure seal that he had obtained from Rhodes' avatar. There was an ancient god's corpse sealed in this token. Zhou Jie didn't want to use the corpse at this time. Instead, he wanted to take the goddess clan away. He needed a spatial treasure that could accommodate them. However, its sea water was a mixture of endless venom and countless interstellar dust. Those who could live in it were some extremely powerful beasts. In the depths of the Azure Star Sea, there was a huge, oval-shaped sphere called the Poison Castle. It looked like a planet, but it was made up of a large amount of poisonous substances. From afar, its surface was riddled with holes. If one looked closely, one would find that those holes were huge passages that led all the way to the depths of the Poison Castle. In a room in the depths of the Poison Castle, a cold young man with long white hair was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. 7 balls of energy of different colors were floating around him. Each ball exuded a pressure that was enough to make an invincible emperor in the consummate realm pale. At some point, the white-haired young man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches as he looked to the front left, as if he saw a scene far away, the goddess realm. The white-haired young man was about to move when he suddenly frowned and said, "The fluctuation has stopped. Is it done by the goddess clan? But how could they have such cultivation to be able to shake the barrier I set up?" The white-haired young man naturally couldn't figure out the reason, but since there was a problem in the goddess realm, he decided to go and see what was going on. So, the white-haired young man got up and left a voice message before he took a step out and disappeared in a hall in the depths of the Poison Castle. The poisonous Dragon Emperor was having sex with his concubine. At the critical moment, his expression suddenly changed, and his cheerful expression froze. In his ears, the voice of the white-haired young man sounded. "I'm going out for a private matter." Then the voice of the white-haired young man dissipated. The poisonous Dragon Emperor secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This fiend is finally gone. Unfortunately, he has to come back." The second day after Zhou Jie tried to break the barrier. After making the best use of time to heal, Zhou Jie had recovered more than 90%. He was just a little bit away from returning to his peak, and this little bit had no effect on his strength. At this point, Zhou Jie opened his eyes and stopped focusing on healing because the remaining injuries were negligible. It was like an ordinary person scratching his skin. If he didn't pay attention to it, he would naturally recover quickly. With a step, Zhou Jie disappeared from the stone house. The stone house collapsed and returned to the ground as if it had never been there. Zhou Jie appeared in an open space in the middle of the Goddess Clan's canyon. With a thought, he summoned all the Goddess Clan's people. Not long after, all the Goddess Clan's people appeared and surrounded Zhou Jie. But except for Su Yoyu and a few others, almost everyone had a trace of fear on their faces. After glancing around, Zhou Jie said, "My name is Zhou Jie. Today, I am here at the request of your clan to take all of you out of this world. Don't worry, I will send you to a safe place. After that, I will leave and will not do anything to your clan." After Zhou Jie finished speaking, the Goddess Clan's people suddenly showed a look of shock. Some of them even opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Su Yoyu's face showed an excited expression. The expectation in her eyes was revealed without hiding. Ji Qianfei noticed this at the first moment. Suddenly, a trace of haze flashed in her eyes. She looked at Su Yoyu with hatred. Then, she looked up at Zhou Jie. An unknown light flashed in her eyes. However, at this moment, a dazzling seven-colored light suddenly flashed in the distant sky. A white-haired figure stepped out from it. At the same time, a rumbling sound resounded through the world. "Outsider, how dare you break into this emperor's realm?" Zhou Jie's expression changed drastically. He said in horror, "Emperor." Chapter 424. Zhou Jie was shocked, but he didn't have time to think. He immediately took out the seal plate and tried to take all the Goddess Clan members into it. Don't resist. However, before Zhou Jie could take half of it, the white-haired young man in the distant sky had already arrived less than a kilometer away from him. He snorted angrily, "You're courting death." The white-haired young man, who was our emperor, didn't make any move to attack. However, the seal plate in Zhou Jie's hand was shaken out of Zhou Jie's hand as if it had been struck by lightning. At the same time, Zhou Jie was forced to take 2 steps back in the air. Zhou Jie's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly moved to the side and snatched back the seal plate. He was afraid that our emperor would snatch the seal plate away, so he could only hurriedly press it between his eyebrows. However, Su Yoyu and Ji Qianfei were not among the Goddess Clan members who had just been sealed. Seeing that Zhou Jie had taken away half of the Goddess Clan members, our emperor was naturally furious. He immediately approached Zhou Jie and struck out with his palm. A crimson-red light illuminated the world, turning the entire goddess realm into a land of burning flames. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt a great power descending from the heavens and earth. It squeezed him from all directions, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Under this terrifying pressure, Zhou Jie's eyes glowed red. The burning heaven seal in his left eye rumbled out, instantly offsetting the pressure around him. At the same time, it caused the red flames of our emperor to transform into blue flames for Zhou Jie's use. Although our emperor and Zhou Jie's attacks were powerful, they deliberately controlled it so that it didn't affect the Goddess Clan members below. At this moment, Zhou Jie and our emperor tacitly attacked at the same time, intending to take away the remaining half of the Goddess Clan members. As a result, Both of them stretched out their hands and scooped downwards. The energy controlled by both sides collided with each other. Zhou Jie's energy instantly collapsed, while Emperor Wu's trembled slightly before continuing to grab downwards. Seeing this, Zhou Jie's expression turned ruthless. The extreme thunder seal in his right eye burst out violently, converging with the burning sky seal to form the heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal, suppressing the Emperor with its maximum power. At the same time, his body expanded sharply, and his hand became 100 feet long, directly grabbing at the energy controlled by the Emperor, wanting to intercept it. The Emperor didn't expect Zhou Jie to be so bold. However, facing Zhou Jie's heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal, he only stretched out a finger and shot out an orange beam of light. When the beam of light collided with the heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal, it immediately exploded. The orange light's power didn't decrease at all and continued to move towards Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was already prepared. Just now, he had only used the heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal to interfere. At this moment, when he grabbed the goddess clan members with one hand, a small dark gray disc array had already appeared in front of him. The moment the orange light shot over, the dark gray disc array suddenly shattered the void and erupted with a terrifying power that shook the heavens and the earth. Endless blue-gold flames and purple-red thunderbolts surged out as if they had exploded. The brilliant power couldn't be looked directly at. Long before this disc array was refined, Zhou Jie had predicted that it would be the strongest trump card he had created. Later on, the success of the refinement exceeded his expectations. There was no need to say how powerful this disc array was. In a word, even the Emperor was moved in an instant. The orange light's power was also extremely terrifying. Under the explosion of the disc array's power, it continued to penetrate. It was only when it reached the core of the disc array's power that it was destroyed. The thunder and fire principles that erupted from the disc array swept through the heavens and the earth, directly collapsing the world of red flames that the Emperor had used. The Emperor was implicated because of this, and his body couldn't help but sway slightly. What is this thing? It actually has such power? While the Emperor was shocked, a beam of yellow light flashed out from between his eyebrows. This light seemed to suppress the space and time where it was. The power that erupted from Zhou Jie's disc array actually stopped when it approached the Emperor. Taking advantage of this short buffer time, the Emperor took a step toward Zhou Jie in a seemingly unhurried manner. A green light appeared around his body. Under the green light, the void melted like ice and snow, revealing only a pitch-black interlayer of space. And Zhou Jie took advantage of this moment to collapse the energy that had lost the control of the Emperor and grab the remaining half of the goddess's clansmen in his hand. After that, Zhou Jie rushed into the sky without hesitation and stretched out his left hand to point downwards. Rumble! The primordial 8 slashes appeared in the sky and poured out a large amount of primordial universe flames that swept through the heavens and the earth. It complemented the power of the disc array and gathered at the Emperor's position, as if it wanted to devour him. A mere peak Imperial Emperor can actually unleash an attack that is invincible in the Imperial Emperor realm. Even if he relies on a treasure, it's not simple. Where did this person from the outside world come from? Facing the combined attack of the disc array and the primordial 8 slashes, the Emperor did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he thought to himself. When the Emperor first saw Zhou Jie, he did have the intention to kill Zhou Jie. However, when he discovered the strength that Zhou Jie had displayed and that he was not from the inner realm, he could not help but have a little more concern. The Emperor was actually from the outside world, so he knew the complexity of the relationship in the outside world. With Zhou Jie's strength, if he was the disciple of a universe emperor or even a transcendent expert, then he would have to think twice before killing him. However, after a short moment of hesitation, the Emperor made up his mind. No matter whose disciple he is, the secret of the goddess's clan cannot be leaked. Let's capture this person first. When the Emperor made up his mind, endless thunder and fire descended and instantly engulfed him. At this time, Zhou Jie was flying toward the world wall at his fastest speed. He held the primordial 8 slashes in his right hand and was accumulating power, intending to break the world wall in one go. Humph! Just as Zhou Jie was about to fly to the world wall, a cold snort exploded in his ears and directly entered the depths of his soul, bringing about a sharp pain of his soul being torn apart. Even with Zhou Jie's mental fortitude, he screamed out in pain. His body shook violently, and his face twisted ferociously. At the same time, the emperor, who was covered in 7-colored flowing light, stepped out from the center where the power of the laws of thunder and fire gathered. The disk array, which was the core of the array, suddenly turned into dust. Then, the power of the laws of thunder and fire rolled in all directions and disappeared with a loud bang. "Come down for this, Emperor." The Emperor did not chase after Zhou Jie. Instead, he made a grabbing motion from below. At that time, Zhou Jie had just stabilized his mind from the sharp pain of his soul being torn apart. Suddenly, he felt a huge force clamping down on his whole body and fiercely throwing him down. At a speed faster than when he was flying, Zhou Jie's enormous body landed on the continent with a loud bang, and as luck would have it, he smashed into the statue of the god Emperor. The statue of the god Emperor had already cracked from the shockwaves of the battle just now. When Zhou Jie's enormous body came into contact with it, it instantly exploded and collapsed with a loud bang. Zhou Jie's body shook violently, and he felt as if his entire body was falling apart. His eyes were filled with shock. This emperor is at least a Dao lord of the 8th step. Half-step emperor, universe realm. Zhou Jie roared in his heart. For the first time, he did not have the slightest desire to resist. However, just as Zhou Jie's mind was turning at lightning speed, and he was about to use the power of the 8 directional tribulations sealed in the primordial 8 slashes, he sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation above his head that seemed to be summoning him. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. In that instant, time seemed to have stopped. Zhou Jie could hear the powerful beating of his heart, as if it was responding to the strange frequency of the energy fluctuation above him. It was a drop of blood that emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Its appearance caused Zhou Jie's body to instinctively desire to devour that drop of blood. It was as if that was the only way his body would be satisfied. Thus, without hesitation, Zhou Jie moved. His body leaped up, opened his mouth, and swallowed the drop of blood. With a thought, he began to refine it with the blood sea art. The emperor also sensed the fluctuation of the drop of blood below him. At that time, he was slightly surprised, but by the time he reacted, Zhou Jie had already swallowed the drop of blood. This caused the emperor's expression to change involuntarily. "Spit it out for this emperor." Following that, the emperor took a step forward and arrived at Zhou Jie's chest. He raised his hand and pointed, and a rainbow-colored light shot out, directly attacking Zhou Jie's chest. In the first half-second that Zhou Jie used the blood sea art to refine the drop of blood, a powerful force surged into his body. Under the surge of this force, he felt as if his body was about to burst open, and there seemed to be something in the depths of his body that wanted to drill out, causing him to feel a kind of numbing comfort. As soon as this feeling appeared, Zhou Jie was attacked by the emperor's finger. However, at that time, his entire body had already lost control, and even his soul had a strange feeling as if it had ascended to heaven. He was unable to control himself, so he was unable to make any resistance. The power of the finger pierced through his chest, and his entire body flew out, a huge amount of divine blood splashing down like rain. Chapter 425. At that moment, Zhou Jie only felt a slight pain in his chest. Then, he was wrapped by the numbness again, so he could not feel the injury at all. In fact, Zhou Jie's broken chest was also healing rapidly in the blink of an eye. It took him only a second to recover completely. Seeing this, the emperor was shocked. He realized that the drop of blood that Zhou Jie had swallowed must be extraordinary. If I can get my hands on this divine blood, I might be able to take the last step after refining it. The emperor's eyes lit up. He was determined to get his hands on that divine blood. Zhou Jie had also realized the magical effect of the blood he had swallowed. Therefore, he decided to use it to awaken his inherited bloodline. According to ancient divine emperor's method, Zhou Jie was supposed to absorb enough blood energy with the Blood Sea spell and then try to awaken his inherited bloodline. However, the drop of blood that Zhou Jie had swallowed contained an enormous amount of blood energy, which could save Zhou Jie the effort of cultivating the Blood Sea spell. As for why ancient divine emperor did not give Zhou Jie a drop of his blood, the reason was simple. The bloodline power of the Zhou clan was not allowed to fuse with each other. Otherwise, there would be a risk of death, unless the bloodline power of the Zhou clan's divine ancestor was passed down. The ancient divine emperor used to be a consecrator of the Zhou holy ground. However, after the ancient divine emperor gained fame and achievements in the holy ground, the third Saint Master personally performed a blood exchange on the ancient divine emperor with the approval of the divine ancestor. Thus, the ancient divine emperor gained part of the bloodline power of the Zhou holy ground and improved his cultivation. However, in the face of the emperor's attack, Zhou Jie had to deal with it first. Otherwise, it was very likely that his awakening process would be interrupted. Moreover, being interrupted was a small matter. It was very likely that he would lose his life before he could finish awakening his bloodline. Therefore, without hesitation, Zhou Jie's soul force madly poured into the 8 strikes of chaos and desolation, and released the power of one of the 8 tribulations sealed in it. On the way to the sealed realm, Zhou Jie had studied how to release the power of the 8 tribulations and had a better way. However, his cultivation was not enough, so he still did not have full confidence to break the seal. But now, with the power of the drop of blood in his body, Zhou Jie did it smoothly. Bang! Under the emperor's attack, Zhou Jie's body was sent flying again. This time, the emperor used almost 70% of his strength and shattered more than half of Zhou Jie's body. However, under the power of that drop of blood, Zhou Jie did not feel much pain, and his injuries recovered by more than half in an instant. That scene could be said to be shocking. The emperor was once again moved by the magic of that drop of blood. Just as he was about to attack with all his strength for the 3rd time to shatter Zhou Jie's body and directly seize that drop of blood, the 8 strikes of chaos and desolation, not far away, was completely unsealed, and the power of one tribulation instantly erupted. Dawn! The moment the power of one tribulation erupted, the entire goddess realm trembled as if it was about to collapse. The power was so strong that even Zhou Jie, as the controller, directly changed his expression and faintly felt that something was wrong. The emperor was the first to bear the brunt. He was the energy-gathering target of the power of one tribulation, so he felt it even more deeply. In an instant, the emperor felt as if there was a thorn in his back, and there was a faint tearing pain all over his body. However, he clearly knew that it was not an illusion, but a real existence. The source of it was the gray flowing light that suddenly appeared beside him. He did not even have time to change his expression. Without hesitation, the emperor condensed the colorful light around him into a protective shield and instantly made countless seals. All kinds of magical powers and secret skills poured out crazily. He had a feeling that if he did not do so and was hit by the gray flowing light, he would directly die, even if he used all his strength to resist. The emperor had a strong feeling that he could not resist. The moment the gray flowing light descended, this feeling rose to the peak in an instant. Boom! After the colorful protective shield collided with the flowing light, all kinds of scenes appeared in the flowing light in an instant. There were thunder, flames, wind and rain, mountains and even stars, light and darkness, time and space. The power of one tribulation was the fusion of the power of countless worlds, and it contained the power of rules contained in the scenes of countless worlds. The 7 colors of the emperor represented the 7 laws that he cultivated, and each of them was invincible in the peak of the Emperor realm. The 7 laws complemented each other, and the power of the 7 laws was also beyond Zhou Jie's imagination. But in the end, the power of the flowing light and the power of 7 colors only confronted each other for less than 1/100th of a second, and the power of 7 colors collapsed. The flowing light carried the law of countless scenes, broke through the power of the Emperor's various magical powers and secret skills, and finally penetrated the Emperor's body and shattered it into nothingness. Rumble. After crushing the Emperor, the gray flowing light was still terrifying. It went straight through the world wall in the distance, easily pierced and tore it, and went far away into the void of the alien world. When Zhou Jie realized this, he was secretly afraid. He had miscalculated. Although he had released the power of one tribulation, except for aiming it at the Emperor at the beginning, the power of one tribulation was out of his control afterward. If the power of one tribulation had self-destructed after crushing the Emperor, the power of the explosion would have been so powerful that even Zhou Jie would not have been able to survive. It would have been lucky if he had not died. Fortunately, the power of one tribulation penetrated into the distance and did not show any signs of self-destruction until it was millions of miles away. Only then did Zhou Jie breathe a sigh of relief. But almost at the same time that Zhou Jie breathed a sigh of relief, spots of colorful light gradually gathered around the place where the Emperor had been crushed, as if they were about to form something. Zhou Jie was shocked when he saw this, because he felt the Emperor's aura again. He was actually not dead. After a short moment of shock, Zhou Jie felt relieved. No matter what, the Emperor was still in existence of the half-step Emperor universe realm. In addition, Zhou Jie had not controlled the power of that tribulation, so its power could not completely descend on the Emperor's body. It should be natural that the Emperor was still alive. Thinking quickly, Zhou Jie did not take advantage of the Emperor's perilous situation and stop him from reforming his body. This was because he was very clear about the power of a half-step Emperor universe realm expert. Even if the Emperor only had one breath left, he was definitely not someone that he could deal with in his current state. Zhou Jie was in the process of awakening his bloodline at that time, and most of his energy was focused on stabilizing the power of his bloodline. He could not even use 20% of his strength. Therefore, Zhou Jie made a prompt decision and chose to escape. Following the direction where the power of one tribulation had broken through the sky, Zhou Jie burst out with the limit of his speed at that time. His body shrunk and turned into a bolt of lightning as he sped away. After Zhou Jie left the shattered goddess realm, the Emperor's body was finally reformed. He turned to look in the direction that Zhou Jie had left with an ugly expression, and his eyes flashed with monstrous anger. The other party had stolen the goddess race right under his nose, destroyed the goddess realm, and severely injured himself. If he still let the other party escape, then he, the Emperor, might as well kill himself. Today, no matter where you come from, I will erase you from the other world and not leave the slightest trace, the Emperor said ruthlessly. At the same time that he spurred himself, his body turned into a 7-colored light and flashed outside the goddess realm in the blink of an eye. While Zhou Jie was frantically escaping, his expression became extremely ferocious. His body was currently undergoing a drastic change. The blood all over his body seemed to be burning, and it could even be said that the blood itself had turned into flames. Moreover, his flesh, tendons, and bones seemed to be penetrated by countless thin threads from every cell, constantly being pulled. The pain was indescribable, but Zhou Jie could not even twitch. Under such circumstances, Zhou Jie was still moving forward at an extremely terrifying speed. To be honest, even he himself did not know how he did it. The Emperor chased after Zhou Jie. His speed was too fast, almost 4 or 5 times faster than Zhou Jie's. Therefore, in less than 2 breaths, he appeared behind Zhou Jie. While his killing intent was raging, he directly raised his hand and slapped Zhou Jie's back. However, before the Emperor's palm landed, Zhou Jie spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his entire body suddenly froze in the air. In fact, it was not only Zhou Jie's body that froze, but the Emperor also froze in the same posture of raising his hand to attack, unable to move at all. Within a certain range of Zhou Jie, the laws of space and time were controlled by some mysterious force at this moment. Everything within the range fell into a stillness, except for the strand of blood flowing in Zhou Jie's body. That's right, a strand of blood. This strand of blood was extremely thin and long. It originally merged with the blood in Zhou Jie's body, but at this moment, it was emitting a faint golden color, revealing the rest of Zhou Jie's blood. As it slowly flowed, Zhou Jie's consciousness vaguely recovered. He felt an extremely ethereal will that seemed to be looking at him, seeing through his entire body, seeing through everything about him. After a brief feeling of floating, Zhou Jie suddenly became extremely clear-headed, and his eyes burst with an unprecedented brilliance. The Zhou bloodline inheritance had awakened. Chapter 426. During that short period of drifting, Zhou Jie had actually experienced a lot. The comprehension of the laws poured into his mind like a tidal wave and kept increasing like an explosion. This was the root cause of Zhou Jie's drifting. But soon, Zhou Jie realized that if this continued, his soul would not be able to accept so many comprehensions and would collapse. So he decisively chose to seal his soul realm and absorb all the comprehensions in his soul realm to the limit. After that, he tried his best to store the comprehensions and began to slowly absorb them. After that, Zhou Jie opened his eyes. His bright eyes were filled with chaos. Clearly, he had not completely separated his consciousness from reality. At the same time, Emperor Wu had already freed himself from the stagnation of the law of space-time. His palm continued to strike Zhou Jie's back without any decrease in power. The moment Zhou Jie completely recovered his consciousness, a terrible burning sensation came from his body once again. At the same time, Emperor Wu's palm landed on Zhou Jie's back. There was no pain. Or rather, the pain was completely covered by the burning sensation. Zhou Jie only felt a huge force penetrating his body from his back. His body trembled violently as he flew forward like a meteor. Along the way, he sprayed a large amount of divine blood. Unexpectedly, the divine blood was faintly glowing with a pale gold color, unlike the dark red color from before. Zhou Jie could feel that his back had caved in significantly from that palm strike. However, as he flew forward, the cave-in quickly recovered and the burning sensation on his body weakened slightly. Not only was Zhou Jie not injured in the slightest, but he was also in a much better state. At this time, Zhou Jie could already control his body. Moreover, he could feel that there was a huge amount of energy in his body that seemed to have nowhere to go. Therefore, it was frantically strengthening and transforming his body, which was where the burning sensation came from. Roar! Zhou Jie opened his mouth and roared. At the same time, he abruptly stopped flying forward. His body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, just like the sun. When Emperor Wu sent Zhou Jie flying with his palm, he was stunned on the spot. When he was frozen by the law of space-time, just now, even his thoughts were frozen, so he did not know what happened during that period. However, after he sent Zhou Jie flying with his palm, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. Therefore, he was surprised. In particular, when Emperor Wu discovered that the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Zhou Jie's body was completely different from before, his expression changed greatly. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could it be that drop of blood? What kind of blood is that? How could it have such an effect?" However, before Emperor Wu could think about it carefully, Zhou Jie was already unable to control the energy that was surging madly within his body. Under the Grand Solar Transformation art, Zhou Jie's figure expanded explosively to over 60 kilometers long, and then his fist directly tore through space and smashed towards Emperor Wu. If it was before he was destroyed by the energy of the tribulation, Emperor Wu felt that he could still easily deal with Zhou Jie's punch. However, after he was almost killed by the energy of the tribulation, Emperor Wu had lost more than 90% of his strength. It was equivalent to his cultivation dropping by a realm, and he only possessed the strength of an invincible perfection stage imperial monarch. On the other hand, Zhou Jie's punch was 100 times stronger than before, and it had attained the level of being able to heavily injure an invincible perfection stage imperial monarch. In this way, it immediately caused Emperor Wu to be extremely shocked, and he retreated explosively. However, Emperor Wu was utterly unable to dodge Zhou Jie's punch completely when his aura had locked on Emperor Wu, and Emperor Wu had only retreated a few hundred kilometers before Zhou Jie caught up to him. Emperor Wu had no choice but to erupt with his full strength and forcefully resist Zhou Jie's punch with his divine ability. Bang! This punch that was sufficient to shatter the galaxy actually directly blasted Emperor Wu's newly condensed body into pieces. Emperor Wu's limbs were crippled, and only his torso and head were left. This is impossible. Emperor Wu roared unwillingly, and his broken body flew out uncontrollably, causing the void along the way to distort. After Zhou Jie finished punching, he didn't feel much exhaustion. He only felt that his entire body still had inexhaustible strength. So he roared again, took a step forward, caught up to Emperor Wu's broken body, and smashed his fist fiercely again. This Emperor Wu is going to fight it out with you. Emperor Wu was exasperated. He really didn't dare to believe that the situation had turned around. He decided to kill Zhou Jie at all costs. This opportunity that I have been planning for hundreds of thousands of years is gone now. You must die. Facing Zhou Jie's second punch, that was even more powerful, Emperor Wu, who had clearly lost more than 99% of his strength, had a deranged look on his face, and he roared without the slightest fear of death. Boom! After the sound of a spatial fluctuation that shook the universe, Zhou Jie's punch was actually forced back, and Emperor Wu's broken body was torn apart again, revealing the milky white body of energy in his body. This was Emperor Wu's fundamental strength at this moment. At the same time, in the depths of the central mountain range of the supreme god realm, in a calm hall, a skinny black-robed, cloaked man was looking at the water-like mirror on the ground in front of him. Suddenly, the black-robed, cloaked man's body trembled. A seal in the depths of his mind was broken by an invisible force, and a large amount of memories emerged from the depths of his soul realm. The black-robed, cloaked man seemed to be in pain. His voice was hoarse and trembling, but after a short 2 seconds, he suddenly stood up. I am the sovereign and also the world emperor's fourth direct disciple, Emperor Wu. After the black-robed man finished speaking, his eyes immediately turned cold. This sovereign is in trouble. Before he finished speaking, the sovereign had already taken a step forward and teleported light years away. On the other side, under Zhou Jie's crazy attacks, Emperor Wu's body was already broken to the limit. He had completely turned into a body of energy, and even his body of energy was showing signs of collapsing. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to completely destroy Emperor Wu, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared behind Zhou Jie, and a black-robed, cloaked man walked out. It was the sovereign who was originally in the palace at the bottom of the supreme God Mountain. You dare! As soon as the sovereign appeared, he roared angrily. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Zhou Jie. At that time, Zhou Jie had finished accumulating power for his punch. Just as he was about to throw it, he suddenly sensed an aura behind him. His expression changed slightly, but his fist didn't stop at all as it smashed towards Emperor Wu. However, when Zhou Jie's punch was halfway through, his vision suddenly turned black. Everything around him disappeared, and at the same time, a huge white full moon appeared under his feet. An incomparably huge palm appeared under the full moon, as if it wanted to pick up the full moon and Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's eyes turned cold. He changed the direction of his punch and threw it downwards, colliding with the palm that was trying to pick him up. Silently, the full moon disappeared, the palm dissipated, and Zhou Jie's punch smashed into an invisible barrier. The rebound force caused Zhou Jie to retreat and even spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Jie was actually injured because of this. In fact, this was not the most terrifying thing. What shocked Zhou Jie was that when he threw his punch, he didn't feel any resistance at all. The reason why it seemed that he was pushed back was entirely his own doing. At that moment, he felt as if his consciousness was being controlled by an invisible hand. Thus, he stopped his punch on his own accord, causing him to injure himself. After the white, full moon disappeared, the void where Zhou Jie was completely dark, without a trace of light. When Zhou Jie released his perception, he couldn't sense anything other than the extremely calm cosmic particles and energy. Zhou Jie's huge body stood there motionlessly, trying to find a way to break through this abnormal scene. The sovereign stood less than 10,000 meters above Zhou Jie's head, his right hand still reaching towards Zhou Jie. However, his gaze was fixed on his original body in the distance. Emperor Wu, who was only left with a remnant soul and an energy body. Emperor Wu also looked at his sovereign clone. While he lamented that his plan had failed, he still had to choose to fly towards the sovereign and complete the fusion with him. It turned out that Emperor Wu was the fourth direct disciple of the World Emperor. He was extremely talented, reaching the half-step universe emperor realm in less than 100,000 years of cultivation. Even the World Emperor at that time praised him and predicted that he might be the second disciple to reach the universe emperor realm. However, reaching the universe emperor realm was too difficult. Without reaching the pseudo-universe emperor realm, even Emperor Wu didn't dare to try to break through. Thus, even though he reached the half-step universe emperor realm, he still chose to stay there, intending to break through after reaching the pseudo-universe emperor realm. The step from the half-step universe emperor realm to the pseudo-universe emperor realm was also as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Emperor Wu was stuck at this step for 10,000 years and finally thought of a way, which was to create a clone that was almost completely unrelated to himself and secretly help it cultivate to the half-step universe emperor realm. He also helped it comprehend the step that he was stuck at. After that, he could fuse his original body and clone and directly reach the universe emperor realm. Who would have thought that right before the fusion breakthrough, Emperor Wu would be involved in the matter of Zhou Jie? Over 99% of his original body's cultivation was destroyed, and Emperor Wu wouldn't have the chance to fuse and break through for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 427. With no other choice, the Emperor chose to fuse with his avatar at this time to complete himself. Although the cultivation of his main body was greatly damaged, his comprehension was still there. So after the fusion, his cultivation realm would still be greatly improved. However, he would lose the 7-colored power of 7 paths that his main body cultivated and couldn't fuse with the black and white power of 2 paths that the sovereign's avatar cultivated. Even if he could barely reach the pseudo-universe emperor realm, he would lose 100% confidence in reaching the universe emperor realm. The fusion process was very fast, and it only took a few seconds. Then, the originally skinny sovereign's figure rapidly changed, and the appearance under the cloak also changed to the original appearance of the emperor. The cloak shattered, revealing the emperor's handsome and slightly distorted face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You forced this emperor to fuse ahead of time and lost my plan of 10,000 years. Not only will this emperor burn your bones and scatter your ashes, but I will also extract your soul and refine it for 10,000 years. I will let you suffer the pain of having your soul devoured for 10,000 years." Then, the emperor's outstretched hand once again exerted force, and at the same time, he fiercely clenched his fist. Zhou Jie was in absolute darkness. Suddenly, he saw light under his feet, and the familiar full moon appeared again. At the same time, the huge palm also appeared under the full moon and scooped up. But this time, Zhou Jie didn't attack. Instead, his eyes lit up, and while operating the restriction eye, countless restrictions appeared around him. The secret method of combining the law of space with the soul illusion Tao is really ingenious, Zhou Jie thought to himself, and at the same time, an array halo lit up under his feet. Zhou Jie was using a restriction array called space folding at this moment. If this array was comprehended to the great success stage, it could break all the secret techniques of the law of space under the universe emperor realm. However, Zhou Jie was far from reaching the great success stage, and he had only grasped the basics before. However, during this period of time after the bloodline awakening, not only did Zhou Jie's body and soul continue to strengthen, but his comprehension of the law also rose sharply. Therefore, whether it was his realm or comprehension, they were both growing at an extremely fast speed. It was also under such circumstances that Zhou Jie understood the mystery of the emperor's secret technique in just a few seconds. At the same time, he thought of using the void folding formation as a support to break this secret technique. From the emperor's point of view, Zhou Jie seemed to think that because his palm was fake last time, he had only used his soul to confuse Zhou Jie and cause him to injure himself. Thus, Zhou Jie thought that his secret technique was simply an illusion. As a result, the emperor sneered inwardly and turned his palm into reality this time. However, the emperor did not expect that Zhou Jie had already seen through the foundation of his secret method. At that moment, he did not think that the palm itself was not offensive. Therefore, the moment the full moon disappeared and turned into a dazzling white light that merged into the palm, Zhou Jie cast a formation and used the heart-clearing bell to suppress his mind. Then, he punched down again, and the palm that was about to touch him collided. Dong! This collision produced an extremely violent sound. It directly burst out through the vibration of the universe matter, but was limited to a certain space. It was like a firecracker exploding inside a stupid bell. However, this kind of space restriction only lasted for less than a second. It collapsed under the full force of Zhou Jie's void folding formation. The dark space created by the emperor's secret technique was completely broken at this moment. What? The emperor was shocked. The secret technique that he was so proud of was actually broken by a person whose realm was lower than his. This was unacceptable to him. But in the blink of an eye, the emperor calmed down. Compared to the surprise that Zhou Jie had brought to him before, the current situation was nothing at all. Greedy wolf devours the moon. Seeing that Zhou Jie had returned to the universe space, the emperor decided to take the opportunity to attack and catch Zhou Jie off guard. Then he directly cast a big secret technique. Zhou Jie had expected the emperor's attack at this time. When he broke the space secret technique, thunder and fire intertwined in his eyes and shot out, turning into the heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal and blasting upward. At the same time, a huge wolf's mouth appeared above Zhou Jie's head. A terrifying suction force burst out from it, and even the void collapsed in an instant and turned into a black hole. The secret technique of the greedy wolf devouring the moon was actually to create an extremely powerful black hole. In this super black hole, the law of time and space was extremely distorted and other things were difficult to understand. It could be said that it was exterminating for all living things. The moment Zhou Jie's heavenly thunder purple phoenix seal touched the black hole, it was extinguished like a spark, and it couldn't set off the slightest ripple. Under the extremely terrifying suction force, Zhou Jie's body shook violently, and he felt that his divine body was about to be torn apart. Although Zhou Jie's bloodline had awakened and his comprehension of the law had skyrocketed, this process was still ongoing. His attainments in the law of space were still far from the emperor's realm, so he couldn't use the law of space to resist the power of the black hole in a short time, let alone break it. The power of the black hole was too terrifying, and Zhou Jie didn't have time to think of a way to resist it. With a quick thought, Zhou Jie could only choose to release the last tribulation power of the Chaos 8 strikes. Unless you still have the previous trump card, I'd like to see how you resist it. After using the greedy wolf devouring the moon, the emperor was secretly proud, But suddenly, his face changed. Suddenly, the black hole below the Emperor disintegrated silently, revealing an extremely violent space storm layer. At the same time, a gray streamer that the Emperor was very familiar with shot straight at him. That is, sensing the tribulation power, the Emperor was instantly scared out of his wits, and he retreated tens of thousands of miles without hesitation. This time, because Zhou Jie mainly relied on the tribulation power to destroy the black hole. Even if his cultivation had greatly improved, he still couldn't make the tribulation power chase after the Emperor. In the end, the tribulation power only affected the Emperor a little, and after the Emperor retreated tens of thousands of miles, the tribulation power shot upward on its own, and no one knew where it went. Even though the Emperor had merely been affected by the energy of the tribulation, he'd still suffered quite a heavy injury. His entire body was covered in cracks, as if it had been sliced by countless blades, and a strand of destructive laws had even invaded his body, causing him to have no choice but to resist and destroy it with all his might. It's too terrifying. It's released from that saber again. This power is definitely left behind by a universe Emperor realm existence. And he actually has two. The Emperor was shocked, and he looked a little frightened. If he has a third or even a fourth one, it's impossible. I don't believe that I can't kill him. Although the Emperor was shocked by the tribulation power released by Zhou Jie twice, as a half-step universe Emperor realm expert, who was even close to the pseudo-universe Emperor realm, he couldn't back down. No matter what, he had to kill Zhou Jie today. Ancient Supreme Umbrella. The Emperor shouted in a low voice, and a black bone umbrella appeared in his hand. It was originally a top-grade Emperor artifact, and after being refined and modified by him, it was even more powerful. Even a half-step universe Emperor realm expert would have a hard time dealing with it. At the same time, Zhou Jie's cultivation kept surging, and he had reached the level of an invincible consummate Emperor realm, and it was still growing rapidly. Feeling the endless power surging in his body, Zhou Jie became bolder. He immediately abandoned the idea of running away and decided to fight the Emperor to the death. Of course, Zhou Jie didn't really care about his life, but he still had the sacred phoenix talisman given by the ancient divine Emperor to save his life and the immortal blood to be reborn, so he was not afraid of death. So Zhou Jie immediately rushed toward the Emperor, and the Emperor threw out the ancient supreme umbrella. The black bone umbrella crazily absorbed the energy of the universe, and it instantly enlarged to a size of more than 1 million meters. At the same time, a destructive aura like a tornado raged and shrouded Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed, and then he was slightly stunned. After that, he sneered secretly, and a dazzling golden flame was released between his eyebrows. The sacred phoenix talisman appeared. The lonely aura released by the ancient supreme umbrella was actually a kind of death chi that contained the power of the law of Yin. Its horror was that the law of Yin was extremely powerful, and few people below the universe Emperor realm could restrain it. Unfortunately, Zhou Jie's sacred phoenix talisman represented the power of the law of Yang, and it could restrain the power of the ancient supreme umbrella, greatly reducing its power, so it couldn't threaten Zhou Jie at all. 50,000 fire spiritual soldiers appear, profound of the great sun transformation technique. Transformation indestructible body. With Zhou Jie's angry shout, the sacred phoenix talisman burst out of brilliant golden light and transformed into 50,000 fire spiritual soldiers in front of him. At the same time, Zhou Jie's body expanded again, and he almost reached the same height as the ancient supreme umbrella, and his whole body turned into a golden flame, as if he didn't have a physical body. This was the final stage of the great sun transformation technique. Chapter 428. Just when the Emperor thought that the power of the ancient umbrella was enough to kill Zhou Jie, he saw a dazzling golden brilliance under the huge ancient umbrella, and the dense death chi along the way collapsed into nothingness. What is this? The Emperor was stunned at that time. He had to admit that Zhou Jie had given him too many surprises. After the golden light, 50,000 fire spirit soldiers rushed out like a golden torrent, tearing apart the void covered by the ancient umbrella, and went straight to the emperor. After that, Zhou Jie, who was 100,000 feet tall, stepped out and followed behind the 50,000 fire spirit soldiers like a general of the army. When the emperor saw Zhou Jie also rushed out of the ancient umbrella suppression space, he was shocked, but he made a prompt decision to give up the ancient umbrella and took out a black spear. The name of the spear was Return to One, and it was the emperor's natal divine weapon. After the original body refined the power of the colorful law, it was transferred to the avatar of the sovereign to cultivate. He wanted to use the power of the black and white law to combine the 9 laws into one and finally become the universe emperor weapon that contained the law of the universe emperor realm. Although it had not been completely refined, it still contained the 9 laws, which was almost half a universe emperor weapon. With the emperor's strength of the half-step universe emperor realm, it was enough to completely reach the power of the pseudo-universe emperor realm. No matter what ability you have, the gap between the realms is there. I don't believe that you can overturn the sky. The emperor thought in his mind, and at the same time, he stabbed a spear in the direction of Zhou Jie. With one spear, the universe was destroyed. The grayish-white spear light shattered the void and collided with the 50,000 fire spirit soldiers at an incredible speed. At the same time, Zhou Jie had already roared, "Formation, break the army!" Under Zhou Jie's command, the 50,000 spiritual soldiers of fire made a uniform posture of thrusting their spears. Their bodies burst out with even more intense white flames, and the overall pale golden flames became even more pure gold, and a terrifying golden spear aura was formed. However, the emperor's spear was too fast. Before the golden spear was completely formed, it was hit and disintegrated. The 50,000 fire spirit soldiers were swept away by the terrifying impact. They automatically held their shields and turned into a defensive position. They were all knocked back, and the emperor was also shocked by the impact of the spear and had to retreat 1,000 meters. The power of the emperor's spear was too strong. Although the 50,000 fire spirit soldiers didn't collapse because of the formation, it was also because of this that every fire spirit soldier suffered huge injuries. The white armor on the surface of their bodies was completely shattered, and their auras plummeted. Zhou Jie's eyes. Universe Emperor Realm. While he felt the power of the half-step Universe Emperor Realm, it had also aroused his strong fighting spirit. He even prepared to use the Holy Phoenix Talisman to save Phoenix Talisman, to save Emperor Talisman, to save his life. But before that, he to see how far he was to the Universe Emperor Realm. Universe's law of fire. Listen to my command. Summon the fire spirit soldiers. Zhou Jie's cultivation was still increasing. At this moment, he decided to go all out, regardless of the consumption. The energy in Zhou Jie's body surged out crazily, and, at the same time, his soul power absorbed the universe's energy to the maximum. Under the cooperation of the Holy Phoenix Talisman, the more powerful law of fire condensed into fire spirit soldiers. In this way, the 50,000 heavily injured fire spirit soldiers almost instantly recovered to their peak. At the same time, a large number of new fire spirit soldiers emerged, and in the blink of an eye, there were more than 60,000 fire spirit soldiers. Seeing this, the emperor's face was gloomy, but he was not afraid at all. Only the killing intent in his heart kept condensing into the return to one spear in his hand. The next spear, he would not hold back. He wanted to kill Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie was accumulating the power of the Holy Phoenix Talisman and condensing the fire spirit soldiers. He wanted to unleash his strongest attack, and the emperor was doing the same. Under the accumulation of power, although they did not deliberately unleash it, the universe's energy and law of fire spirit soldiers far exceeded the fluctuations of any previous battle. As a result, the alternate world space they were in collapsed layer by layer, finally revealing the realm sealing array. Even the realm sealing array had been activated, ready to accept the challenge at any time, in order to prevent any living creatures from entering or leaving. Of course, Zhou Jie and the Emperor did not intend to target the realm-sealing array, so the appearance of the realm-sealing array was ignored by the two. As long as they did not take the initiative to attack the realm-sealing array, they would not be counterattacked by the realm-sealing array. At the same time, in a universe's void outside the realm-sealing array, it was extremely quiet here, and even the universe's energy and matter were more peaceful than most places in the universe. Similarly, there was not a trace of light here. However, at a certain moment, a speck of dust in this star field suddenly lit up with a white light, forming an illusory vortex. A white-robed, middle-aged man stepped out. His expression was calm, and he looked at the realm-sealing array that was less than light years away. He muttered to himself, "Just now, when I was calculating the law of karma, I discovered that Junior Brother's tribulation was about to happen. Coincidentally, the realm-sealing array has been activated. There must be a connection between them. I have to go take a look." After the white-robed man finished speaking, he lifted his foot and walked forward. He seemed to be in no hurry, but in the blink of an eye, he was already light years away. Although Zhou Jie and the Emperor were accumulating power, it did not take too long. In less than 2 seconds, the two sides collided. On Zhou Jie's side, a total of 88,000 fire spirit soldiers condensed and formed a spear. They transformed into a golden fire phoenix that burned the void in its path. Almost at the same time, the Emperor stabbed out with his spear. This spear was completely different from the previous one. It was like the difference between a strong man's spear and a child's spear. Just the power alone was more than 10 times greater, not to mention that there were 9 laws fused into it as a destructive force. The golden fire phoenix, formed by the 88,000 fire spirit soldiers, collided with the huge gray spear light that the Emperor stabbed out. The golden fire phoenix almost collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The gray spear light distorted everything with an unstoppable force, crushing the 88,000 fire spirit soldiers in the blink of an eye. It seemed to have even become a part of it, and it continued to stab toward Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was shocked when he sensed that the golden fire phoenix was destroyed. He, who had a backup plan, did not hesitate to release a compass from between his eyebrows, the vast star net, which contained a drop of transcendent power. That's right, Zhou Jie planned to use the transcendent power to complete a desperate counterattack and kill the Emperor. In fact, Zhou Jie had hesitated to use this drop of transcendent power. After all, it was more precious than the Holy Phoenix Talisman, and was not inferior to any of the 3 divine thoughts left by the ancient divine Emperor. If Zhou Jie's cultivation reached the second step of the Emperor Universe realm, the power he could exert after using this drop of transcendent power would be even greater than the divine thoughts left by the ancient divine Emperor. However, with Zhou Jie's current cultivation, this drop of transcendent power could only exert the power of the early stage of the Emperor Universe realm. It was a pure waste. However, Zhou Jie believed that he would face many dangers in the future, and he did not know how long it would take for his cultivation to reach the Emperor Universe realm. Therefore, he might as well use it now. Moreover, Zhou Jie had another motive for using the transcendent power, and that was to make use of the comprehension of the laws brought about by the transcendent power and the good fortune brought about by the awakening of his bloodline to break through to the half-step universe Emperor realm. If he succeeded, it would save him a lot of time to comprehend and cultivate. For all these reasons, Zhou Jie finally chose to use this drop of transcendent power at this moment. Facing the Emperor's peerless spear, Zhou Jie directly opened the seal of the compass. Immediately, a drop of pure white liquid emerged and was swallowed by Zhou Jie. That's the Emperor, who sensed the transcendent power, was greatly shocked. Although he did not recognize the transcendent power, he could feel the incredible power of law in it, which made his scalp tingle. However, the Emperor's spear did not stop there. It almost continuously fell between Zhou Jie's eyebrows. But in the end, the Emperor's spear only fell between Zhou Jie's eyebrows. Even the spear light was like that. When it touched the skin between Zhou Jie's eyebrows, it could not advance any further. Time and space seemed to stop at this moment. The emperor maintained the posture of thrusting his spear, and the expression on his face was completely frozen. Only Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. His eyes were white, but they were flashing with vigor. In the next second, the return to one spear silently retreated and fiercely smashed into the emperor's chest, who had also transformed into a giant. After being hit, the emperor finally recovered his ability to move. His pupils contracted rapidly, and his first reaction was to frantically retreat without caring about his injuries. Impossible! How can you use such a powerful space-time law? Chapter 429. Zhou Jie did not hear the emperor's shocked words at all. At that time, he was completely immersed in the feelings brought by the transcendent power. Although it was the second time, Zhou Jie was not prepared for that feeling at all. Instead, he was even more caught off guard. The reason was actually very simple. Earlier, Zhou Jie had just become an imperial emperor, and his level was too low to use the transcendent power. He could only maintain it for less than a minute. This time, however, not only was Zhou Jie's level much higher, but he also had the epiphany that came with the improvement of his nature after his bloodline awakened. Together, he could not help but control more of the transcendent power, and he wanted to control more. As a result, the shock that the transcendent power brought to Zhou Jie was naturally much greater. That was why he was almost absent-minded when he defeated the emperor with the transcendent law at the first moment. However, Zhou Jie still had self-control. Therefore, after he was briefly absent-minded because of the tremendous epiphany, he forced himself to wake up part of his soul consciousness and control the transcendent power to obliterate the emperor. In the eyes of Zhou Jie, who had the transcendent power at that time, everything became extremely simple and could be destroyed with a single thought like an ant. It was the same even for the emperor when he sensed it. Therefore, with a single thought from Zhou Jie, the emperor, who had fled tens of millions of kilometers away and was about to teleport away, suddenly changed his expression because he sensed the most powerful power of space sweeping across his body. Ah! The emperor screamed, and his enormous body collapsed inch by inch into thousands of dust almost instantly. His screams were also drowned in the chaotic time and space. Even the emperor himself did not hear it. At this moment, the realm-sealing grand array trembled, and the vast expanse of space where Zhou Jie and Emperor Wu Huang were actually turned transparent, revealing the entire realm-sealing grand array. Up, down, left, right, all around them, it was the realm-sealing grand array's net of light. It was a horrifying sight, but Zhou Jie's countenance did not change at all. That was because he had already sensed the source of all the changes under the state of extraordinary powers. At that very moment, a white-robed man had appeared outside the realm-sealing circle, and it was he who had revealed the entire realm-sealing circle with a single point of his finger. With one step, the white-robed man stepped over the realm-sealing array as if it was nothing. After entering the other world, the white-robed man pointed at the chaotic time and space where the emperor was. Immediately, the layers of space there trembled as if they were being peeled off and shattered one layer after another, revealing the true form of the realm-sealing array in the depths of space. However, the realm-sealing array was in a precarious state and could collapse at any time under the violent spatial storm. Even so, the counterattack of the realm-sealing array was not triggered. Following that, the white-robed man pointed out a second time, and specks of light began to condense within the spatial storm, instantly transforming into a human-sized emperor. Third senior brother, save me. After the emperor appeared, he seemed to be unable to bear the surrounding spatial storm and roared with a distorted face. However, even under the effect of the law, his voice could not be transmitted to the white-robed man. Only a trace of his consciousness was received by the white-robed man and Zhou Jie. Third senior brother? Zhou Jie sensed the will of the emperor and suddenly realized something, which made him feel surprised and doubtful. It turned out that Zhou Jie had heard some information about the Universe Emperor from the ancient Divine Emperor before he came here, including the 3 personal disciples he had once accepted. Each of the personal disciples could be said to be amazing, and the first and third personal disciples had even reached the Tao Fusion realm, the first step of the Universe Emperor realm. At this moment, with the help of the transcendent power, Zhou Jie could clearly see that the white-robed man was in the Universe Emperor realm. Zhou Jie initially guessed that he was in the first step of the Universe Emperor realm, which was the Tao Fusion realm. Combined with the fact that the third personal disciple of the Universe Emperor was in the Universe Emperor realm, Zhou Jie could not help but connect the dots. Therefore, he speculated that the white-robed man was the third personal disciple of the Universe Emperor, Su Jingdu. As for the fact that the Emperor called him third senior brother, it was very likely that he was a new personal disciple of the Universe Emperor. In fact, Zhou Jie's guess was completely correct. The white-robed man was the third personal disciple of the Universe Emperor, Su Jingdu, and the Emperor was the fourth personal disciple. The Universe Emperor had only accepted 4 personal disciples so far. In reality, the Emperor did not need to say anything. Su Jingdu had already made his move. With the third finger, the spatial storm around the Emperor collapsed with a loud bang. Even the turbulent spatial flood layer seemed to have stopped instantly, and there was no longer any threat from the power of space. Seeing this, the Emperor immediately escaped from the depths of the spatial mezzanine and came to a relatively stable shallow layer of broken space. Once he was out of danger, the Emperor raised his head and sent a voice transmission to Su Jingdu. "Senior brother, this person ruined my plan to break through and even try to kill me. We have already formed a blood feud, and I must not let him go. Please kill him, senior brother. I will definitely thank you after this." Su Jingdu frowned slightly when he heard the Emperor's voice transmission, but he still replied with a voice transmission, "Senior brother has his own decision." Then Su Jingdu turned to look at Zhou Jie. Seeing that Zhou Jie was still controlling the dissipating extraordinary power, Su Jingdu immediately sent a voice transmission to him. "The fact that you have extraordinary power is enough to prove that you have a strong background. My junior brother has not been cultivating for long and has not seen much of the world. He has already formed a blood feud with you, but I will not kill you today in exchange for my junior brother's life. Is that okay?" The reason why Zhou Jie did not make a move was that he clearly knew that even if he had extraordinary power, he would not be able to kill a Universe Emperor Realm expert. At most, he could only resist for a while. Once he used his extraordinary power, he would not be able to hold on for long. Once he ran out of extraordinary power, unless he used a strand of divine thought from the ancient Divine Emperor, Zhou Jie's life was completely in Su Jingdu's hands. All resistance would be futile. Hearing Su Jingdu's question, Zhou Jie immediately agreed. "Okay, I have achieved my goal here. I will leave soon." After saying that, Zhou Jie put away his belongings, turned around, and stepped a million light years away. He disappeared from the entire alien world, and when he reappeared, he was already in the divine realm. Of course, this amazing teleportation ability was not something that Zhou Jie could achieve when he was only in the peak of the half-sovereign realm. He had relied entirely on extraordinary power. The reason why Zhou Jie came to the divine realm was to kill 2 people, Honorable Tai Hao and Honorable Xian Dao, while his extraordinary power was still there. On the other side, the Emperor did not know the conversation between Su Jingdu and Zhou Jie. Seeing that Zhou Jie had escaped, the Emperor's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly asked Su Jingdu, "Senior brother, why did you let him go?" Su Jingdu asked, turned around, and said, "This boy is not to be trifled with. That's all I have to say. Junior brother, take care." After saying that, Su Jingdu disappeared, leaving behind a dazed look on the Emperor's face. After a while, a terrifying energy storm set off in the alien world. It was the Emperor venting his anger. Zhou Jie came to the divine realm and found the 2 targets he wanted to kill with a single thought. He successfully killed them both from thousands of miles away with one move. After that, Zhou Jie went to find Lin Yi, ready to take him out of the sealed realm. Before leaving, Zhou Jie found the origin of the sealed realm formation with extraordinary power and found the so-called true spirit there. However, he helplessly found that even with extraordinary power, he could not take out the true spirit in the origin of the sealed realm formation. There was an extremely powerful law seal, and Zhou Jie was basically sure that it came from the World Emperor. Therefore, he could not break even a small opening to take out the true spirit of the sealed realm formation. Lin Yi was a little sad when he learned that Zhou Jie could not resurrect his beloved. However, he was prepared for this, so he did not say anything to Zhou Jie. He only said one sentence. "It's okay, master. Since we know where her true spirit is, there must be a way to resurrect her. I will work hard to cultivate until I can personally resurrect her, even if it takes 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years. But if I die before that, I hope that you can send my true spirit back here. I want to stay with her." Zhou Jie nodded in agreement at Lin Yi's words. Zhou Jie did not tell Lin Yi that he would not have been able to touch the true spirit without extraordinary power, but he believed that it would not be long before his path of the soul improved greatly. Moreover, he would help Lin Yi retrieve his beloved's true spirit before he did, and he would not hesitate to offend the World Emperor. Chapter 430. After Zhou Jie left the sealed realm with Lin Yi, he began to make plans for the next step. First of all, he had to settle Lin Yi down. After all, Zhou Jie and Lin Yi had a long way to go, and Lin Yi's cultivation was far from enough to follow him through the dangers that he might face in the future. Therefore, Zhou Jie had to show Lin Yi the way in the future, just like how ancient divine emperor let Zhou Jie come to the sealed realm. Therefore, after a short consideration, Zhou Jie began to teach Lin Yi some magic skills, such as the illusory body of 3,000 thunders, the infinite divine hands, and the 9 changes of stars. Zhou Jie taught Lin Yi all of them without reservation. However, the magic skill of heart force and the 18 falls of staining, Zhou Jie had not reached the advanced level, so Zhou Jie could not teach them. After spending 3 months teaching and guiding Lin Yi, Zhou Jie let Lin Yi temporarily cultivate in the Xiaoyu airboat, while he began to refine a life-saving item for Lin Yi. Although Zhou Jie and Lin Yi were not friends, and their relationship as master and disciple was only caused by a chance encounter, Zhou Jie had checked Lin Yi's memory and felt that Lin Yi was not bad. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not take him as a disciple for fun, but sincerely wanted to cultivate Lin Yi into an expert. Therefore, Zhou Jie was very concerned about the upper limit of the life-saving item that he gave Lin Yi. At least, it must be able to protect the life of those who were invincible in the consummate Imperial Emperor realm. Finally, after more than 2 years, Zhou Jie successfully made a formation disk that was easy to activate. It contained Zhou Jie's law of thunder and fire and a trace of his consciousness. When fully activated, it was enough to trap and kill an expert in the consummate Imperial Emperor realm. For Lin Yi, who had not even reached the Imperial Emperor realm, this was an extremely heaven-defying, life-saving item. Of course, Zhou Jie did not think it was enough. Therefore, in addition to the formation disc, he also used a little of his own flesh and blood to refine a puppet with the alchemy of the divine design way. When the puppet erupted, it was as powerful as an expert in the late stage of the Imperial Emperor realm. In the face of ordinary dangers, Zhou Jie felt that this puppet could protect Lin Yi. In addition, Zhou Jie also specially made a token. As long as Lin Yi crushed it, it would create a space transmission channel. Unless an expert in the Universe Emperor realm attacked, Zhou Jie would be able to sense any interference at this level and rush over to save Lin Yi through the channel at the fastest speed possible. After doing all this, Zhou Jie found Lin Yi. First, he asked him about his recent cultivation situation and solved some of his doubts. After that, Zhou Jie gave Lin Yi the 3 life-saving items that he had personally made and told him that he would let Lin Yi go on an adventure by himself after a period of time. As for Zhou Jie himself, He planned to find a place to settle down in the goddess race, and then live in seclusion for a period of time. Zhou Jie had basically digested the benefits brought about by the awakening of his bloodline and the extraordinary power. His cultivation was also infinitely close to that of the Universe Emperor realm. He was even confident that he could reach the half-step Universe Emperor realm after a few years of seclusion. After that, Zhou Jie believed that he had encountered the biggest cultivation bottleneck in his life. He had to go to the human world and properly comprehend it, sharpen his mind, and wait for the opportunity to break through. A few days later, Zhou Jie's flying ship stopped above a huge planet with life. This planet had a technological civilization. Lin Yi bade farewell to Zhou Jie and used this technological planet as the first breakthrough to enter the outer universe of the sealed realm. After Lin Yi left, Zhou Jie finally released Kakashi, who had long entered hibernation mode, from his space ring after more than 2,000 years. After coming out, Kakashi quickly woke up. When he saw Zhou Jie, he was stunned. His face showed an expression of seeing a long-dead relative as he stared straight at Zhou Jie. "Kakashi, why do you keep looking at me?" Zhou Jie was a little speechless when he saw this, but he could not help but ask, "Jocko, it's really you. You're not dead. Jocko, you're not dead. That's great, sob, 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 sob." After Zhou Jie asked, Kakashi suddenly roared with exaggerated acting. Then he put on an extremely sad and pitiful look, raised his hand to cover his face, and pretended to cry. "Jocko, do you know how I lived all these years without you?" Zhou Jie was speechless, but he still asked patiently, "How?" "Over 2,000 years." Hearing the question, Kakashi immediately raised his head and said tragically, "For almost 1,000,000 days and nights, I missed Jocko all the time. Unfortunately, you, Jocko, never paid any attention to me. I could only suffer the pain of lovesickness. I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. I learned from the painful experience, and then learned from the painful experience." When Kakashi said this, Zhou Jie suddenly interrupted. "So after you finished eating the snacks, you chose to hibernate?" When Kakashi heard this, he was suddenly embarrassed. After smiling at Zhou Jie, he immediately put on a serious expression and said, "Ahem, in fact, the hardships I've suffered over the years are nothing. Jocko, you didn't look for me for so long. It must be because you experienced something extremely dangerous, so I've been cultivating in seclusion for over 2,000 years. Zhou Jie explained. Puffed. Kakashi immediately looked like he was about to vomit blood. He was speechless. Ignoring Kakashi, Zhou Jie continued. "After a while, I will find a place to live in seclusion temporarily and live the life of an ordinary person. You've been holding it in for so long, it's a good time for you to relax." When Kakashi heard Zhou Jie's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, Okay, Jocko, you know me best. Hot springs, beaches, bikinis, here I come." Zhou Jie, "Before that, I have something to do. Go back to the ring first. I will let you out again soon." Zhou Jie was speechless for a while. He thought of the matter of the goddess tribe and said, I just came out. Okay, Jocko, don't make me wait too long." Kakashi said with a bitter face, "It won't be too long." Zhou Jie nodded and agreed. He put away Kakashi and controlled the flying ship to land at the designated destination not far away. Zhou Jie chose a locally famous dangerous area in a galaxy called Gyu Galaxy on the periphery of Morwen Star Field, the empty Valley Starland Sea, intending to settle the goddess tribe in it. The danger of the empty Valley Starland Sea was mainly aimed at those below the perfect Imperial Emperor realm. However, there were no treasures or the like in it, so ordinary Imperial Emperors would not come here. Therefore, in Zhou Jie's opinion, it should be very safe for the goddess tribe to hide and live there. Zhou Jie found a space-stable starland in the depths of the empty Valley Starland Sea and used a secret method to open up a world space and hide it under the surface space. After that, Zhou Jie released all the members of the goddess tribe and told them that he intended to settle them in this world space. "Your Majesty." As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, an elder of the goddess tribe spoke, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What's wrong? Zhou Jie looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes calm. However, the elder of the goddess tribe who had just spoken and Elderby looked at each other. Elderby gave her a look, and she immediately opened her mouth again, but said, "It's nothing. This mistress thanks you on behalf of the goddess tribe." In this regard, Zhou Jie could not help but frown, but he did not want to get involved in the affairs of the goddess tribe at all. So he immediately said, "It's fine. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Also, this is a token I refined. If you encounter any danger, you can crush it and I will rush over. But there is only one token, and I will not give it out again in the future." After saying that, Zhou Jie threw a black token to Elderby and said, "Goodbye." Then he turned around and left. He undid the seal on the goddess's clansman and disappeared into the distance without looking back. During this time, he didn't look back at Suyoyu. Suyoyu looked at Zhou Jie's stream of light in the distance and was a little absent-minded. It was not until Elderby came over and asked her what was wrong that she shook her head and showed a bitter smile on her face after settling the goddess tribe. Zhou Jie returned to the flying boat and called out Kakashi to discuss with him where to live in seclusion next. After flying aimlessly for about 2 days in the Gyu Galaxy, the flying boat finally stopped in the sky above a vast interstellar continent. This was the largest interstellar continent in the Gyu Galaxy, the Rain God Continent. It was said that a long time ago, an imperial emperor powerhouse who called himself the Rain God was born here, and he was also the only one on this continent for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, this continent was named the Rain God. Chapter 431. After Zhou Jie arrived on the Rain God continent, he first investigated the situation of the cultivators on the continent. He found that almost 10% of the living beings here had the strength of a Star-Lord. This cultivation ratio could be said to be extremely high. There were also more than 100 beings above the Lord level, which was even more than the entire Wanhai Star Zone in Zhou Jie's hometown. However, other than Zhou Jie, there was only one other Lord-level expert on the Rain God continent who was cultivating in the depths of the earth. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the Lord level. He knew nothing about Zhou Jie's arrival and investigation. Of course, Zhou Jie came to the Rain God continent to live in seclusion and live a stable and peaceful life. At the same time, he sharpened his state of mind in order to comprehend and break through. Therefore, he did not want to cause trouble on the Rain God continent. After Zhou Jie explored the Rain God continent for a while, he chose a beautiful mountain forest where there were few people. He built a stone house on one of the mountain peaks and began a peaceful life of seclusion. As for Kakashi, Zhou Jie knew that he could not stand the peaceful life on the mountain. Therefore, after giving him a few words of advice, he let him play around on the Rain God continent. With Kakashi's special body, even a 6-layer domain lord would find it difficult to hurt him. Below the lord level, Kakashi also had the ability to escape. Therefore, Zhou Jie was not very worried about his safety. Every once in a while, he would check on Kakashi to make sure that he was safe. On one day in the 3rd month of living on a mountain peak, Zhou Jie sat on a rock outside the stone house and felt the world. Suddenly, he realized that Kakashi was actually visiting brothels on the Rain God continent and even flirting with 5 prostitutes at the same time. Zhou Jie did not know whether to laugh or cry. Unknowingly, Kakashi is becoming more and more like a real person. It seems that he is beginning to understand the matters between men and women. Zhou Jie said to himself with a faint smile on his face. Although visiting brothels wasn't a good thing in itself, Zhou Jie felt that Kakashi was an artificial intelligence after all. In the past, he didn't know much about human emotions. Now that he had learned how to flirt, it was something to be happy about. However, it wasn't long before Zhou Jie's expression became melancholy. During these few months of peaceful time, besides spending most of his time reflecting on the world and digesting the fortuitous encounters he'd obtained, Zhou Jie couldn't help but recall all sorts of happy and unhappy things of the past. This made Zhou Jie realize that even though he was flushed with success after obtaining the inheritance of the Holy Land on his path of cultivation, there didn't seem to be too many things worth being happy about apart from that. It was even to the extent that most of the beautiful memories in his mind were shattered and turned into sad memories. Part of all this was because of sulfuri, but more importantly, it was because of Lung Shuer's death. Zhou Jie had only loved 2 women in his life, yet both of them seemed to have no fate with him. Up until now, neither of them had been able to accompany him by his side. As he thought like this, Zhou Jie suddenly felt slightly lonely. It turned out that even if he cultivated the laws for 1,000 years, his mind would be completely immersed in it, and he would practically be unaware of the passage of time, nor would he have the slightest feeling of unbearable loneliness. However, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck now, and his comprehension of the laws was close to the limit. It was difficult for him to advance in the slightest, so he chose to temper his mind in order to break through. But in this way, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel slightly sad when he thought of the past. This also allowed him to understand that it was probably difficult for him to continue living like this. Thus, after pondering for a long time, Zhou Jie suddenly had the thought of establishing a sect. He wanted to widely recruit disciples and share the doubts in his heart with others. Perhaps others would inadvertently be able to awaken the dreamer with a single word, allowing him to attain great enlightenment, and thus break through to the pseudo-universe Emperor realm. If I'm able to comprehend heart force, then my cultivation would be able to advance greatly. Not to mention completely advancing to the half-step universe Emperor realm. It's even possible for me to attain the pseudo-universe Emperor realm. After that, it would be the time for me to truly attain the universe Emperor realm. After Zhou Jie considered it clearly in his heart, he decided to establish a sect and recruit disciples. However, even though he had this idea, it wasn't easy to implement it. After all, if Zhou Jie directly established a sect, then under the circumstances that not many people knew about it, he wouldn't be able to recruit anyone, let alone recruit some people with extremely high comprehension of the laws of the universe. Thus, after thinking about it for a while, Zhou Jie finally made a decision. On the afternoon of the same day, Zhou Jie left the mountaintop where he lived and arrived at the ancient country, one of the 4 great countries of the Rain God continent. The Thousand Jew sect was the #1 sect in the ancient country. It enjoyed a great reputation within a radius of tens of millions of miles, and was known locally as the #1 sect in the world. The main sect of the Thousand Jew sect was located in the depths of a mountain range. It was mainly composed of 7 mountain peaks, from the south to the north, from the smallest to the largest. They were divided into the first peak to the 7th peak. Among them, the first peak was where the previous sect leaders and elders resided, and it had the highest status. Just this peak alone represented more than half of the peak power of the entire ancient country. On this day, Zhou Jie silently appeared on the first peak of the Thousand Jew sect and directly found the strongest person of the Thousand Jew sect at that time, the previous sect leader, Qiu Buhan. At that time, Qiu Buhan was in seclusion at the bottom of a deep pool in the depths of the first peak. In the face of Zhou Jie's silent appearance, he could not help but turn pale with fright. However, when Zhou Jie's thought made Qiu Buhan unable to move at all, he clearly realized that Zhou Jie's strength was irresistible. Zhou Jie directly told Qiu Buhan his purpose for coming. He wanted him to temporarily hand over the management of the Thousand Jew sect to him and return it after a few years. Regarding this, Qiu Buhan could not refuse. In addition, Zhou Jie said that he would return it when the time came, so he agreed without the slightest hesitation. After taking over the Thousand Jew sect, Zhou Jie gave the order to widely accept disciples. The rules for accepting disciples were specially set by him. It was divided into 2 parts. One was the soul illusion test. Zhou Jie personally created a tool for the test. The second part was to answer 3 questions. The 3 questions were, what is heaven and earth? What is the law? And what is my will? After doing all this, Zhou Jie asked Qiu Buhan to personally supervise the implementation of the test. He requested that Qiu Buhan submit at least 300 answers to the test questions every year. As for the results of the soul illusion test, Zhou Jie had his own way of knowing. After that, Zhou Jie found a bamboo forest on the first peak of the Thousand Jew sect, opened up a cave, and lived there. Other than accepting disciples, it could be said that Zhou Jie did not interfere with the Thousand Jew sect in any way. Due to Zhou Jie's invisible pressure, Qiu Buhan immediately began to carry out Zhou Jie's instructions. In order to recruit more disciples, he even asked the various peaks to send disciples to the ancient nation to specially select some geniuses and bring them back. At the end of the first month after Zhou Jie opened the sect, more than 100 people from the Thousand Jew sect came to participate in the entrance test set by Zhou Jie. Although Zhou Jie's test had almost no requirements for cultivation, most of the 100 people who participated in the entrance test were cultivators above the Star Lord rank. The weakest was at the late stage of the mortal body realm. However, not a single one of the 100 people in the first month passed Zhou Jie's illusory realm test. As for their answers to the 3 questions, Zhou Jie also looked at them and did not feel that there was anything special about them. Some of them were even funny. It was obvious that they did not understand the questions at all. The Thousand Jew sect's reputation was indeed very big. In addition, Zhou Jie deliberately recruited disciples on a large scale. In the first year that Zhou Jie came, more than 1,200 people participated in the entrance test set by Zhou Jie. Among them, there were even 3 Lord rank experts who came out of curiosity. However, none of them passed Zhou Jie's illusory realm test. They did not answer the questions set by Zhou Jie and left in a hurry. Zhou Jie did not feel that it was strange that more than 1,000 people did not pass the illusory realm test set by him in the first year. As for the answers of those 1,000 people to the 3 questions, Zhou Jie also looked at them. Although there were some outstanding answers, Zhou Jie did not feel anything when he thought about it. Moreover, some of the answers were purely exaggerated and had no practical meaning. This made Zhou Jie shake his head continuously. Later, Zhou Jie changed the rules. That was, only those who passed the illusory realm test were qualified to answer the 3 questions set by him. As a result, in the second year, not a single person's answer was submitted to Zhou Jie. Disappointed, Zhou Jie secretly left the Thousand Jew sect and went to the other top forces in the ancient country. Following the same pattern, he waited for someone to answer the 3 questions that he had asked. Of course, during this period, among the various forces that Zhou Jie went to, there were some famous experts who boldly answered Zhou Jie's 3 questions. However, Zhou Jie only shook his head and then let them experience the illusory realm test that he had set up. In the end, even those famous experts could not pass the illusory realm that Zhou Jie had set up. Among them, there were even a few lords of the 4th or 5th domain. Chapter 432. As time passed, Zhou Jie got used to not receiving an answer for a long time. He returned to his residence in the Thousand Jew sect and began his peaceful life. 6 years had passed, and Zhou Jie still hadn't received any answers. This also meant that no one had passed the illusory realm test set by Zhou Jie. This day was as ordinary as any other day for Zhou Jie. After a few years, Zhou Jie's state of mind had improved to a certain extent, and he had also gained many new insights. His cultivation had also completely stabilized at the half-step Cosmos Emperor realm. Only the aspect of his soul had yet to reach perfection. Zhou Jie possessed the strength of the half-step Cosmos Emperor realm, but it didn't mean that he was at the half-step Cosmos Emperor realm with perfection in his body, soul, and laws. This was because the perfection of the 3 aspects of his body and other aspects didn't require any other conditions to reach the half-step Cosmos Emperor realm. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, had reached the half-step Cosmos Emperor realm, and his battle prowess had increased by using secret techniques and treasures. It was also because he hadn't reached perfection that Zhou Jie didn't dare to attempt a breakthrough. Instead, he wanted to wait until his soul had reached perfection. At that time, Zhou Jie's strength might reach the pseudo-cosmic emperor realm, and the danger of breaking through would be even smaller. According to the situation of the pseudo-cosmic emperor realm breakthroughs in the past, It could be said to be 100% safe. As the sun set in the west, Zhou Jie came to a fixed place to watch the sun set as usual. Although with his strength, he could make the sun millions of light years away rise and fall with a thought. He had never thought of interfering with everything in this universe and nature. As the sun sets, the heartbroken man is at the end of the world. Zhou Jie suddenly opened his mouth and shook his head with a bitter smile. But suddenly, Zhou Jie's expression changed, and the excitement on his face was indescribable. Finally, someone passed the illusory realm test. Zhou Jie was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. He stood up and disappeared. Within the Heavenly Mark country, one of the 4 great countries, there was a peak power called the Heavenly Chu sect. The reason why it was said to be in the past was because the first and second generation sect masters had fallen one after another. There was only one second domain lord and 2 first domain lords in the sect. On this day, Heavenly Mark Empire's Chu Jianzhou's famous scholar, Su Yulan, came to the Chu Heavenly Gate and requested to undergo the entrance examination set by Zhou Jie. In the end, Su Yulan had walked out of Zhou Jie's dreamland in less than 4 hours. She had become the first person to pass the dreamland test in several years. When the person in charge of the entrance examination saw Su Yulan walk out of the examination room, he was completely dumbfounded. It was no wonder he was like this, because in all these years he had seen no less than 500 people enter the examination room, and within half a day to 2 days, these people would be thrown out of the room, which meant that they had failed the examination. As for someone like Su Yulan who walked out by herself, it was the first time he saw it. The person in charge of the examination looked at Su Yulan and stuttered for a long time, wanting to say something. But at this time, Zhou Jie appeared in front of Su Yulan. The moment he arrived, everyone and everything within a few miles fell into a state of stillness. Only Su Yulan calmly looked at Zhou Jie, not affected in the slightest. When Zhou Jie saw Su Yulan's calm gaze, he couldn't help but be surprised. From Zhou Jie's point of view, Su Yulan was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. Furthermore, he was over 50 years old and had lost most of his vitality. Facing his sudden appearance and the stillness of everyone and everything around him, he didn't show any surprise or fear. This was very commendable. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Jie cupped his fist toward Su Yulan and said, "Mister, I have 3 questions that I would like to ask you. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, I can give you a good fortune. On this continent, you can have anything you want." When Su Yulan heard Zhou Jie's words, he didn't find it strange at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "Ask away." Therefore, Zhou Jie's expression turned solemn as he said, "The first question, what is heaven and earth?" When Su Yulan heard the question, he tilted his head slightly. He first looked up at the sky, then lowered his head to look at the ground, and then fell into deep thought. After a long while, the corners of Su Yulan's mouth curled up slightly, and he answered, "Heaven and earth create things like parents. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things like straw dogs. My thoughts are heaven and earth, so I am heaven and earth." "I am heaven and earth?" When Zhou Jie heard Su Yulan's answer, he was shocked and couldn't help but ask subconsciously. It wasn't the first time he heard such an answer, but it could also be said that it was the first time he heard such an answer. There were people who simply answered, "I am heaven and earth," among those who didn't pass the illusion before, but there was no one who gave a reasonable explanation like Su Yulan did. As for Su Yulan's answer, although Zhou Jie didn't think it was amazing, it was still unique. In addition, he had passed the illusion test, so Zhou Jie was a little nervous and asked the second question. The second question, what is the law? When Zhou Jie asked this question, he felt a little apologetic for a moment, because Su Yulan was an ordinary person who didn't know how to cultivate. He might not even know the concept of the law. So how could he answer? Sure enough, Zhou Jie saw Su Yulan frown slightly after hearing the question. Fortunately, his expression quickly returned to calm, and he tilted his head to think. This time, Su Yulan thought for a long time. Zhou Jie waited patiently and didn't urge him. Finally, Su Yulon looked up at Zhou Jie and said, "In my opinion, the law is the rule of heaven and earth. It can be seen but can't be touched. For example, the rain comes from the sky, returns to the ground, and finally returns to the sky. It's just that it doesn't go back when it comes, and it doesn't come back when it leaves. There's a force controlling it. I think this is the law you're talking about. Although I have never cultivated, I know some things about cultivators. I know that cultivators go against the heavens, perhaps to use the rules of heaven and earth, or even change them. You ask what the law is, what the rule is like asking why you're going against it, like asking who your enemy is. But do you really understand them? If you treat it as an enemy, then it will resist you. If you treat it as a friend, then it will help you. So, in my opinion, what the law is, you have to ask yourself whether it is an enemy or a friend." After Su Yulon finished speaking, she calmly swept a glance at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be stunned in place. There was a feeling of sudden realization in his heart. However, Zhou Jie quickly collected his emotions, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and sniffed out the third question. "Okay, then there's one last question. May I ask, what is my intention?" This time, when he heard Zhou Jie's question, Su Yulon didn't think like before. Instead, he laughed instantly. He laughed calmly, as if he had heard a childish question from a child and couldn't help laughing. This made Zhou Jie stunned, and he didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, Su Yulon maintained the smile on his face and said directly, "My intention is the heavens. My intention is the earth. My intention is the myriad of things. My intention is the infinite. Everything can be born, and everything can be destroyed where my heart points." When Zhou Jie heard this, his mind shook once more. Right when he was pondering, Su Yulon glanced deeply at Zhou Jie and said, "I was originally insignificant in the mortal world, but I can also point my heart towards the heavens." Su Yulon's last sentence was like a blow to the head, and it smashed open the doubts in Zhou Jie's heart, causing him to suddenly come to a realization and be enlightened. "I was originally insignificant in the mortal world, but I can also point my heart towards the heavens." This is probably where the profundity of heart force lies. Zhou Jie came to a realization, and he suddenly had a grasp of the direction of the illusory heart force. Before, I always thought that heart force was a state of soul force condensed to the limit. This could be said to be correct, but in a true sense, heart force might be a kind of soul law. Only after comprehending it and breaking free from the limits of soul force can one comprehend it. Back then, when Emperor Tianchi was in a desperate situation, perhaps because he missed Sister Qin Xian, his will to live surpassed the limits of his soul, and he naturally formed the laws of the universe, producing heart force. Now, if I want to comprehend heart force, I only need to. Zhou Jie's mind raced, and he couldn't help but smile happily. This smile even surprised Su Yulon, and then she smiled as well, clearly understanding that Zhou Jie had been enlightened. "Many thanks for Mister's guidance. According to what I said, I can help Mister fulfill any wish as long as it is within my ability." Zhou Jie quickly cupped his fists in delight. Chapter 433. Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Su Yulon hesitated for a moment. His eyes flickered as if he was struggling. But in the end, he looked up at Zhou Jie and said, "I want to cultivate and become a cultivator. I want to have a longer lifespan so that I can confirm my thoughts and fully comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth." Su Yulon's request made Zhou Jie's eyes glitter. He couldn't help but think that with Su Yulon's level of comprehension, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become an imperial emperor if he had enough resources to support his cultivation. It might even be possible for him to reach the Cosmos Emperor realm. "Okay, I can reshape your body and let you have the cultivation of a Star Lord. I'll also transmit everything about the world of cultivators to you." Therefore, Zhou Jie gladly agreed. He then raised his hand and pointed at Su Yulon. Immediately, thousands of energy rays emerged and enveloped Su Yulon. With Zhou Jie's half-step Cosmos Emperor realm strength, it couldn't be easier for him to transform Su Yulan into a Star-Lord. However, Su Yulan hadn't even reached the mortal body realm, so he had to gradually transform himself to become a Star-Lord. Therefore, the process took about 2 hours. Su Yulan's body and cultivation had reached the level of a 9-star Lord. However, since he had no combat experience, he could be said to be one of the weakest 9-star lords in history. Of course, besides improving Su Yulan's body and cultivation, Zhou Jie had also given him some cultivation techniques and secret techniques, allowing him to cultivate smoothly until the Imperial Monarch realm. As for after the Imperial Monarch realm, comprehension of the laws and other aspects mainly depended on the individual. Zhou Jie believed in Su Yulan's comprehension ability. After he became an Imperial Monarch, his strength would probably improve much faster than before. To Su Yulan, the most difficult period was the period when he was at the Overlord realm. The light dispersed, and Su Yulan stood where he was. His appearance and clothes were the same as 2 hours ago, but his eyes were much brighter. There was also a confidence and sharpness that came with his strength. It was as if he had suddenly become much younger. In fact, after her cultivation had improved, Su Yulan's appearance could have become much younger. However, out of respect, Zhou Jie deliberately prevented her from becoming younger, so that Su Yulan still had the appearance of a middle-aged man. This way, she would have more of the temperament of a Confucian master. Thank you. Su Yulan clasped her hands at Zhou Jie after she came back to herself from the tremendous changes in her body. At the same time, she was more shocked than before. When Su Yulan was still an ordinary person, she couldn't sense the power of the universe, and Zhou Jie looked like an ordinary person to her. However, after she became a Star Lord, she was able to sense the power of the universe. But when she looked at Zhou Jie again, she found that Zhou Jie didn't exist in her perception. How could she not be shocked? You don't have to be so courteous, Grandmaster. Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment before he cupped his fists and said. The reason why Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment was because he was considering whether to accept Su Yulan as his disciple. However, when he thought of how high her state of mind was, even he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. He finally gave up the idea of accepting a disciple. However, after Zhou Jie finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. A light red ball of energy was condensed, and then he flicked it into Su Yulan's forehead. After that, Zhou Jie said to Su Yulan, I've planted a trace of the laws of lightning and fire between your eyebrows. With it, no one below the Imperial Monarch realm can hurt you. Even some Imperial Monarchs can hurt you and make them worry. In this way, you can be more casual on Rain God Continent and seek your Tao. Su Yulan was about to express her gratitude when Zhou Jie smiled and interrupted her. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jie had already vanished. Su Yulan looked at the place where Zhou Jie had been standing just now and was slightly stunned. After a long time, her gaze became firm as she turned around and left. A long time later, Su Yulan indeed became a legendary expert, just as Zhou Jie had imagined. This is a story for later. After Zhou Jie bid farewell to Su Yulan, he returned to the stone house on Thousand Ju Sec's first peak and entered a state of enlightenment. About half an hour later, Zhou Jie opened his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted a message to Kakashi, who was millions of miles away, telling him that he would be temporarily entering the space of the 6 Paths of Wonder. Then he took out the 6 Paths world. It turned out that this time, although Zhou Jie had some enlightenment and determined the direction of cultivation, it was like solving a difficult problem. Even if he had an idea, he still needed to try again and again before he could succeed. This was the case for Zhou Jie. After half an hour of enlightenment, he knew that it would be difficult for him to take the final step. If he wanted to take the final step, the best way was naturally to find Zhou Jihuan. With her help, Zhou Jie believed that he had a 99% chance of comprehending the power of heart. On the 1404th day since Zhou Jie entered the 6 Paths world, the door of the stone house suddenly opened. Dressed in black, Zhou Jie walked out and looked up at the sky. Zhou Jie looked up, and his soul power extended endlessly. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced in a certain direction until it was pulled taut by the long rope at the end of the arrow. The range of my senses has increased by at least 3 times. The power of heart is really amazing. No wonder Imperial Emperor Tian Qi's senses were even stronger than mine and Sister Qin Xian's. Zhou Jie tested the limits of his senses after comprehending the power of heart, and he couldn't help but smile. Then, Zhou Jie retracted his gaze, and with a step, he teleported a few light years away and appeared in the space above the Yushan continent. Right here, I will enter the Universe Emperor realm. Zhou Jie randomly picked a space without any impurities, and with a thought, a terrifying power was released from his body. This power was a combination of Zhou Jie's Tao, divine body's energy, the power of laws, and the will of his soul. It was the true, perfect power of the Imperial Emperor level. This time, Zhou Jie was going to trigger the universe's origin laws to target the limits of the Universe Emperor realm, causing the 3 tribulations of Universe Emperor realm to descend upon him. If he succeeded in this trial, Zhou Jie's Tao of divine body, divine soul, and laws would undergo a qualitative transformation, and he would step into the Universe Emperor realm. If he failed, Zhou Jie's Tao of divine body, divine soul, and laws would all be wiped out, and he would no longer exist. After Zhou Jie released the ultimate power, the space around him suddenly rumbled and became chaotic. Countless pitch-black wormholes appeared along with the collapse of space, and an indescribably terrifying power instantly acted on Zhou Jie's body. In an instant, Zhou Jie's vision turned pitch black, and he completely lost his senses of the outside world. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt a sharp pain in his body. The pain was indescribable. It could only be said that it was like an ordinary person's every cell wall being peeled off at the same time. Every millimeter of the body was suffering a pain that was countless times more painful than being skinned. Zhou Jie's divine body instantly shattered and disintegrated, not to mention that his divine body was comparable to that of an ordinary Tao fusion realm emperor universe. Even an extraordinary body would collapse in the face of the universe emperor's 3 tribulations. If it were before he comprehended the heart force, Zhou Jie didn't doubt that he would fail in the advancement at this moment, and his divine soul would be destroyed, and he would no longer exist. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie relied on the support of his powerful heart force to keep his divine soul intact. If his divine soul wasn't destroyed, his divine body and laws could be regenerated. In the face of the universe emperor's 3 tribulations, the divine body and laws of any imperial emperor cultivator couldn't resist. They could only struggle in the midst of shattering, and only the divine soul could resist. Once the divine soul was destroyed, it meant true death and eternal damnation. Zhou Jie felt that the universe emperor's 3 tribulations was very long, but in reality, it only took a few minutes. The indescribable pain receded like a tide, and Zhou Jie felt his body become light. All of his senses rapidly returned, and they were continuously strengthened and magnified. This situation lasted for a short while. Zhou Jie unconsciously opened his eyes, and with a thought, he withdrew all of his senses. At the same time, Zhou Jie's entire body emitted wisps of black and gold light. These wisps of light seemed to penetrate every single particle of his divine body, and they continuously dissipated like smoke. Finally, under Zhou Jie's conscious control, they all merged into the void and disappeared. After doing all this, Zhou Jie transformed into a new set of clothes and calmly scanned his surroundings. No one knew what he was looking at. In the end, he seemed to sigh and looked at the distant river of stars with a trace of sorrow in his eyes. After reaching the Universe Emperor realm, Zhou Jie saw the so-called True Spirit River for the first time. Chapter 434. The Disappearance of the True Spirit doesn't mean that it can't be resurrected. Wait for me, Zhou Jie muttered to himself as he looked at the starry sky in the distance. Not long after, Zhou Jie returned to the Thousand Jew sect. After setting up a few things near the stone house that he used to live in, he sent a message to all the leaders of the major forces that had recruited disciples for him. If anyone could pass the illusion test that he had set up, they would be sent to this stone house and become his registered disciple. Although Zhou Jie would leave after today, after reaching the universe emperor realm, he had a new understanding of karma. He could sense if he had any registered disciples in the future. Rain God Continent, Falling Rain Country's imperial city, Crown Prince Palace. Let me tell you, the most amazing dance is Fairy Taichung's alluring moon dance. It is said that Fairy Taichung danced this dance and made the eldest disciple of our falling sun sect fall madly in love with her. Later, it was said that he didn't get Fairy Taichung's approval, but he was still willing to be one of her guardians. Kakashi was eating a bunch of grapes with his legs crossed while listening to the crown prince of the falling rain kingdom gossiping with him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he was so scared that the grapes in his hand fell onto the blanket under him. It turned out that at this moment, Kakashi noticed that the 8 beauties dancing in front of him suddenly stopped moving. Even the clothes that they lifted remained in the same position, unaffected by gravity. Kakashi tilted his head and saw that the crown prince also maintained the same posture as before. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi heard a low and gentle voice behind him. This made him shiver, and he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and said, "Jocko, you scare me to death. I was wondering why these people suddenly stopped moving. We should go," Zhou Jie said, looking down at Kakashi calmly. His tone was indisputable. "Okay." Kakashi heard this and rolled his eyes. In the end, he curled his lips and reluctantly agreed. Central Universe, illusory world. This was a separate space world. Its volume was only the size of Star Field, but its space was stable and prosperous. Even the void, origin realm couldn't compare to it. Few people knew about the illusory world, and most of them stood at the peak of the Central Universe. This was because it was created by the Transcendental Dream to take in people from his home star field. Every transcendent was a legend, but when it came to fantastical transcendence, they were the legends of legends. He had been born in the Central Universe, a world created by a universe emperor realm master. He had been a lowly life within a world. Generally speaking, no matter how much a life form cultivated, it was impossible for them to break into the inner realm. This was just like the sealed realm Zhou Jie had been to. Even an Empyrean was nothing more than an ant compared to the ruler of the sealed realm, like the Emperor. However, Transcendent Fantasy's luck was not bad. The universe Emperor realm expert who had created this realm had died by accident. After that, the realm had been left unattended for a long time, which gave Transcendent Fantasy a chance to escape. After that, Transcendent Fantasy had experienced many hardships in the Central Universe, and he had even attracted the pursuit of 3 universe Emperor Realm experts. However, it was under the pursuit of those 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses that Transcendent Dream, who had fallen into a desperate situation at that time, created his own supreme secret technique, Dream Destroyer, and killed those 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses in one fell swoop. From then on, his name spread throughout the central cosmos. After that, the Transcendent went into seclusion, and after a short 38,000 years, he officially stepped into the Transcendent Realm and fought with the Transcendent Shrouding Heaven, who had a grudge against the Transcendent Shrouding Heaven, sealing him for tens of millions of years until he was unable to escape. It has to be said that a battle between transcendents was different from a battle between transcendents. Reaching the Transcendental Realm meant that one's laws, divine body, and soul were almost perfect. Therefore, even if transcendents fought for tens of millions of years, it would be difficult for one side to kill the other. They could only choose to seal the other for a period of time. Dream had just become a transcendent, and his battle with Shrouding Sky lasted only 3 days. Shrouding sky had been sealed for tens of millions of years. There was no need to say how terrifying it was. Dream realm. Normally, it would be rare for a life form to come here. However, on this day, a gray-robed youth appeared in the space between the dream realm and stepped into the inner realm. At the same time, in an extremely hidden place in the central universe where time and space were frozen and all laws were destroyed, there should be no life or matter here. However, in the depths of this place, there were two people sitting opposite each other. Even if Zhou Jie came here and was less than a meter away from them, he wouldn't be able to see or sense them. Even Dream, Transcendent wouldn't be able to see or sense them. These two existences sat opposite each other and had a conversation that only they could hear. How many years has it been? An interesting little fellow has appeared in your bloodline. Unfortunately, he doesn't have long to live. The one who spoke was a man that seemed to be made of gray light. Because of this, his face couldn't be seen clearly. Opposite this man was another man that seemed to be made of light, but the light that made him was white. It could be said that he was the complete opposite of the gray-robed man. Isn't this what you've been waiting for? The white-robed man spoke, but his eyes were still closed. I'll give him a chance to grow, and you can even give him your entire inheritance. Then I'll wait for him to appear in front of me and have the final battle with me. If he wins, everything will be fine, but if he loses, you know what will happen? We've been trapped for far too long. I can win against you, but you can't fulfill my wish. How about I give you a chance, and you give me a slim chance in return? The white-robed man fell silent. Seeing this, the gray-robed man spoke again. Do you have no confidence in him? Well, it's unknown whether he can become a transcendent or not, let alone become my opponent. He might die under my test. Well, in order to ensure his qualification, I must test him appropriately. Okay, let's do that. This time, the white-robed man didn't wait for the gray-robed man to finish. His voice was calm, but there was an unquestionable majesty in it. Hearing this, the gray-robed man laughed. Ha! Good, you finally agreed. Although it'll take a long time, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Ha ha! In a mirage world. As long as you help me calculate this person's location, I'll owe you a favor. How about it? The one who spoke was the gray-robed young man who had arrived in the mirage world. This person was Rhodes' master, the water mirror transcendent. You have that much confidence in me? Opposite the water mirror transcendent, a blue-robed young man sat cross-legged by the pond. He smiled faintly and didn't look at the water mirror transcendent at all. Transcendent Shui Jing was not angered by the blue-robed young man's disregard. Instead, he said, apart from the divine ancestor, I'm afraid no one can surpass Transcendent Shui Jing Soul Dao. If even you can't do it, then there's nothing I can do. When the blue-robed youth heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. However, the only word that could describe him was tranquil. After hesitating for a moment, the blue-robed youth, who was also known as Transcendent Dream, opened his mouth and said, All right, I will help you this time. After he finished speaking, Transcendent Fantasy closed his eyes. Transcendent Shui Jing didn't make a sound and quietly waited for the blue-robed youth to perform. However, after Transcendent Water Mirror waited for half a minute, Transcendent Fantasy suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of unconcealable astonishment in his eyes. What's wrong? Could it be that even you can't detect this person? Transcendent Shui Jing couldn't help but ask in surprise when he saw Transcendent Fantasy's reaction. However, Transcendent Fantasy only replied, I'm sorry, I can't help you find this person for the time being. Furthermore, the divine ancestor has said that the person you want to kill cannot be touched until the time is right. But when the time is right, you will have the opportunity to kill him. Transcendent Shui Jing's expression changed greatly when he heard Transcendent Fantasy's sudden words. He couldn't help but ask, Did the divine ancestor tell you this? How is that possible? Chapter 435. I also find it unbelievable that the person you mentioned could attract the divine ancestor's attention. It seems that his identity is not ordinary. I still need to meet him. I won't be seeing you off, the transcendent fantasy said. When the Shui Jing transcendent heard this, he couldn't help but feel even more surprised. He opened his mouth to speak, but he saw that the transcendent, dreamlike transcendent was looking straight ahead. It was obvious that the transcendent, dreamlike transcendent had no intention of paying attention to him, considering the divine ancestors' interference in this matter. The Shui Jing transcendent finally chose to keep his mouth shut. Zhou Jie and Kakashi left the rain god continent on the Xiaoyu airship. There was a pile of food in the airship, and they sat and chatted happily. During this time, Zhou Jie talked about his experience in the past few thousand years. During that time, Kakashi was in hibernation. After that, it was Kakashi's turn to talk about his experience in the past few years on the rain god continent. Although Zhou Jie talked about his experience in the past few thousand years, there was very little content. He finished talking in just a few minutes. On the other hand, Kakashi talked about his experience in the rain god continent for a few hours. He only talked about what happened in half a year. Zhou Jie patiently listened to Kakashi's narration. From time to time, he would take a sip of his drink and eat some snacks. He felt very satisfied. It could even be said that he had not been so satisfied in the past few thousand years. If Shui is also here, then everything will be perfect. I won't have to care about anything else. It's good that I can live peacefully like this. Zhou Jie suddenly thought. He did not notice that the transcendent fantasy's avatar was standing on top of the airship. So that's how it is. But just based on his bloodline, he shouldn't have been taken seriously by the Li clan's divine ancestor. There must be something else going on. The transcendent doppelganger looked at the flying boat beneath his feet and said thoughtfully, "Forget it. It's not time for me to understand it yet. If this child can break the illusion, I think I can deduce the Li clan's divine ancestor's thoughts." After muttering these words to himself, the transcendent fantasy slowly walked out. His figure rapidly turned illusory and gradually disappeared into the distance. The flying boat continued to move forward, and Zhou Jie and Kakashi, who were inside, continued to listen and narrate with great pleasure. After a long time, Zhou Jie suddenly frowned and interrupted Kakashi's narration. "Wait, Kakashi, what's wrong, Jocko?" Kakashi was baffled and couldn't help but ask. Zhou Jie asked, but shook his head and said, "Something is wrong. I feel that something is wrong. My thoughts are suddenly very chaotic. Let me calm down first." After saying that, Zhou Jie stood up and walked towards the outer room. He came to an empty room in the flying boat alone. "Shui, something is wrong. Why can't I stop thinking about it? But it's impossible for me to give up on cultivating. I cultivate for Shui, but these thoughts keep appearing. It's as if someone is affecting my soul." Thinking of this, Zhou Jie's brows knitted together like a knife. He then closed his eyes and fully activated the heart-cleansing bell. Waves of soothing energy flowed into his soul realm. Gradually, Zhou Jie immersed himself in it and forgot all the distracting thoughts from before. Not long after, Zhou Jie opened his eyes and soul force surged out. Under his perception, with the airship as the center, he instantly swept across the distance of light years and continued to extend. 10 light years, 100 light years, 1,000 light years, 10,000 light years, 100,000 light years. There's no trace at all. But it couldn't have been my own distracting thoughts just now. Otherwise, wouldn't have been so difficult to control. Who was it that was affecting me? Why didn't I notice any clues? Zhou Jie thought with a heavy heart, and his eyes were cold. Now that Zhou Jie was a Dao Fusion Realm Emperor who had Master Heart Force, he knew that unless it was a Dao Breaking Realm Expert or a Dao Creation Realm Expert who was extremely good at the Dao of Soul, it would be impossible for them to affect his soul memory without him knowing. In his opinion, the Emperor Realm Experts he might have provoked were the World Emperor and his disciple Su Jingdu. Since Su Jingdu was only a Dao Fusion Realm Expert, Zhou Jie believed that the World Emperor was the most likely. If it was the World Emperor, why would he do this? It doesn't make sense. The more Zhou Jie thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange, but in the end, he could only suppress it in his heart and pretend that it never happened. After returning to the central space of the airship, Zhou Jie acted as if nothing had happened. After sitting down, he continued to drink and chat with Kakashi. However, considering that the World Emperor might really want to harm him, while listening to Kakashi's story, Zhou Jie also began to think about his next step. He would definitely leave the Morwen star field, and he would even leave the second-dimensional universe. As for where to go, it would be up to Zhou Jie to consider. However, on the second day after Zhou Jie piloted the airship to the edge of the second-dimensional universe, he suddenly woke up from his meditation. His eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately appeared in front of Kakashi, who was eating instant noodles at that time. "I'm going to do something. You wait for me in the airship." After saying that, Zhou Jie did not wait for Kakashi to answer and appeared outside the airship in a flash. The airship had just slowed down to almost a standstill. Zhou Jie came outside the airship, put away the airship, turned around, and took a step back. He teleported hundreds of light years away and kept teleporting at an incredible frequency. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the distance an entire star field. After reaching the Universe Emperor realm, Zhou Jie wasn't in a hurry to enter the six realms to receive a new inherited secret technique. This was because he wanted to consolidate his foundation and thoroughly familiarize himself with his own foundation. Zhou Jie's current speed of travel was the result of him using the space-time displacement secret technique. Not long after, Zhou Jie returned to the Morwen star field and instantly descended into the depths of the Empty Valley Starland Sea. In the depths of the Empty Valley Starland Sea, on a barren continent, a huge space crack appeared there. Due to some kind of power, it could not be closed, and the direction of this space crack was the world space Zhou Jie opened for the Goddess Clan. At this moment, in this world space, a man with disheveled hair and dressed like a Taoist priest was talking to himself excitedly. These are all excellent cultivation cauldrons. There are so many of them. Any one of them can be sold for a good price. I'll keep one or two for myself and sell the rest. I might be able to exchange them for an attack-type Universe Emperor weapon. In this way, the shortcoming of my 7 fingers can be made up. This man with disheveled hair was called the 7 Fingers Emperor. He could be said to be notorious in the Morwen star field and several nearby star fields. His strength was average, at the level of a middle-stage Imperial Emperor. However, this person had extremely good luck with treasures. Some treasures that were extremely precious to Imperial Emperors could be found anywhere for him. Because of this, the 7 Fingers Emperor's strength was average, but he had many treasures and strange magical abilities. He liked beauties and stealing. For this reason, he had provoked many Imperial Emperors who were more powerful than him. However, he had a rather heaven-defying defensive treasure. In addition, his treasures and magical abilities for escaping were extremely extraordinary, so he was always able to resolve the crisis. Zhou Jie descended into the space crack. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Just a moment ago, a strong fluctuation came from the space between his eyebrows, and this fluctuation came from the divine mystery mirror. Danger! This was Zhou Jie's first reaction to the fluctuation of the divine mystery mirror. However, he soon realized that something was wrong because the fluctuation of the divine mystery mirror this time was completely different from the previous warnings. Instead, it was more like a kind of summoning that urged Zhou Jie to quickly enter the space crack in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Jie had clearly sensed the situation within the spatial crack, and he didn't notice any potential danger. Thus, after an extremely short moment of hesitation, he still chose to flash into it. In the spatial world where the Goddess Clan resided, the 7 Fingers Emperor was using a golden bowl-shaped treasure to envelop the world and trap all the members of the Goddess Clan within it. Moreover, the golden bowl treasure was filled with golden light, and all the members of the Goddess Clan were attacked by the golden light. Most of them had their strength sealed by the golden light, and only a few elders at the initial stage of the Imperial Emperor realm were left holding on bitterly. Originally, even with the 7 Fingers Emperor's strength, no one in the Goddess Clan could resist him. However, When the elders of the goddess clan and the others executed the goddess technique, they were able to affect the Seven Fingers Emperor and even charm his soul. The Seven Fingers Emperor had suffered a great loss in the beginning because of this. Fortunately, he was awakened by a treasure, and that was why he chose to use the golden bowl treasure to suppress and seal them instead of directly attacking the members of the goddess clan. Chapter 436. Zhou Jie silently appeared behind the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor and looked at him coldly. However, the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor was in a state of agitation. Even though Zhou Jie didn't deliberately hide his aura and fluctuations, he still didn't notice it. However, the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor was an emperor after all. After about 2 seconds, his expression changed. Without hesitation, he threw a black light at Zhou Jie, who was behind him. The jet black light was an extremely withered leaf, and it swiftly enlarged as it flew towards Zhou Jie. Moreover, it emanated a strange fluctuation that even imperial monarchs of the later realm would be moved by it. However, facing Zhou Jie, who was already at the Emperor Universe realm, the withered leaf instantly shrank to its original size when it was less than half a meter away from him. Then, Zhou Jie raised his hand and grabbed it. At this moment, the Seven Fingers Emperor had already turned around and flew to a higher place. When he saw Zhou Jie, he was terrified because in his perception, Zhou Jie's aura was faintly discernible and couldn't be detected at all. In this situation, there was only one possibility, and that was that Zhou Jie's cultivation level was far higher than his. This person is at least a peak emperor. It's over, it's over. My beauties. Alas, it's more important to stay alive. The Seven Fingers Emperor thought quickly. When he flew to the sky and saw Zhou Jie clearly, he took out a long sword without an edge. After activating it, he broke through the void and disappeared. Zhou Jie's expression was calm, but there was unconcealable shock or astonishment in his eyes. When the Seven Fingers Emperor took out the sword without an edge, the Tianji mirror between his eyebrows emitted an extremely strong fluctuation. It even seemed like it was going to burst out from between Zhou Jie's eyebrows. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhou Jie broke the golden bowl treasure that was suppressing the female clansman with a thought. Then, he took a step forward and chased after the Seven Fingers Emperor. What kind of treasure is that sword? It can actually awaken the Tianji mirror. The more Zhou Jie thought about it, the more excited he became. He took a few steps forward and instantly caught up to the Seven Fingers Emperor. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void. Under the lead of the edgeless middle sword, the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor's speed almost reached the level of a peak Celestial Emperor. Just as he ran for about 2 seconds and was overjoyed when he sensed that Zhou Jie had not caught up to him, Zhou Jie appeared in the spatial torrent behind the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor and raised his hand. With this grip, the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor felt a monstrous force instantly drowning him. At the same time, the edgeless middle sword in his hand automatically absorbed a large amount of his energy, releasing an extremely powerful shield to resist. In a pitch-black starry sky, a large expanse of space suddenly shattered, and a dazzling light was released. The Seven Fingers Imperial Emperor fell out from within, and Zhou Jie followed closely behind with a changed expression. This person relied on that sword to block my simple grasp. That sword is most likely an emperor weapon. Zhou Jie thought at that time. Then, with a thought, he raised his hand and pointed at the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor, who was still escaping in a sorry state. When he pointed with his finger, the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor suddenly felt an unparalleled force sweeping towards him. The sword in his hand frantically absorbed his energy and turned it into a shield to resist, but it was still unable to shake the force that swept over him. In the end, the force shattered the shield in an instant and firmly clamped him in the original space, unable to move at all. It's over, it's over. Why am I so unlucky this time? I actually provoked such an expert. Even my life-saving divine sword can't resist. The Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor's body was fixed, but his soul consciousness was still free. At that time, he complained incessantly in his heart and was scared to death. Zhou Jie took a step and appeared in front of the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor. He took the edgeless middle sword in his hand with a cold expression. When Zhou Jie took the edgeless middle sword in his hand, his pupils couldn't help but constrict slightly. This was because the destiny mirror between his eyebrows emitted a strong wave at that moment, as if it was on the verge of coming out. Zhou Jie was slightly stunned, but when he thought of the current situation, he still had to deal with the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor first, so he didn't immediately take out the destiny mirror. After glancing at the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor, for some reason, Zhou Jie didn't have the intention to kill him. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through and was in a good mood. Moreover, he thought that it wasn't easy to cultivate to the Emperor realm, so he finally waved his hand and destroyed the Seven Fingers Celestial Emperor's soul memory and most of his cultivation, causing him to fall to the suzerain level and disappear light years away. Zhou Jie appeared on an abandoned planet. For the first time, he took out the complete destiny mirror. Dazzling milky white light appeared between Zhou Jie's eyebrows, emitting a strange wave that seemed to be able to melt everything. This powerful wave instantly affected the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Everything within this range seemed to be drawn in, becoming a part of the wave itself. Zhou Jie was afraid that this wave would cause unnecessary trouble, so he hurriedly blocked it within a certain range, and then he relied on his control of the destiny mirror to stabilize it. However, after the destiny mirror stabilized, it still transmitted a consciousness that seemed like a living creature, telling Zhou Jie that it wanted to come into contact with the edgeless middle sword in his hand. At the same time, the edgeless middle sword lit up on its own, and the power of the laws that even shocked Zhou Jie faintly appeared. However, it was firmly restrained within the sword, and it seemed to resonate with the waves of the destiny mirror. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be surprised by this scene. He immediately took a closer look and noticed an inkling. At the intersection of the hilt and the body of the edgeless middle sword, there was a nearly circular groove. Countless formations and restrictions were engraved in it, but it seemed to be incomplete because something was missing. This was also the fundamental reason why the true power of the sword couldn't be released. In an instant, Zhou Jie felt as if there was a roar in his mind, and it was replaced by indescribable ecstasy. Could it be that the complete destiny mirror is the thing in the groove of this sword, the core of this sword? Zhou Jie made a bold guess in his heart, and he was amazed that there could be such a coincidence in the world. He had obtained the incomplete destiny mirror by chance, and he didn't get the core of the destiny mirror until he met Rhodes' doppelganger, when he became an imperial emperor. Now, because he encountered the edgeless middle sword, he finally completed the sword. After the surprise, Zhou Jie didn't think too much about it. With a thought, he used his soul blood to take the edgeless middle sword for his own use, and then he shrunk the destiny mirror and pressed it into the groove of the sword. It was a perfect fit. After the heavenly secret mirror was placed into the groove of the edgeless middle sword, an indescribable power erupted from the two and rapidly fused together. In the end, it was as if the heavenly secret mirror was a part of the sword. It was impossible to tell that the heavenly secret mirror was inlaid into the groove. Instead, it was as if the heavenly secret mirror was a part of the sword. This sword is called Heavenly Policy. Good name. After the edgeless middle sword in Zhou Jie's hand fused with the destiny mirror, a piece of information was naturally obtained by Zhou Jie, and one of them was the name of the edgeless middle sword. In addition, Zhou Jie also obtained the remnant memories of the sword spirit in the Heavenly Policy sword, and from there, he learned some of the sword's origin. This sword was the natal divine weapon of a Tao creation realm, third step, Universe Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor. Later, when the Heavenly Emperor tried to break through to the Transcendent Realm, he used a self-created secret method to split into 99 clones, and all of them were reincarnated. He stored his own power of origin in the sword, and with the sword as a guide, When any of the 99 clones awakened after reincarnation, he could use the Heavenly Policy sword to summon the other clones and retrieve the power of origin in the sword, so that he could break through to the transcendent realm. In the end, something happened during this period. The Heavenly Emperor failed to reincarnate, and the Heavenly Plan sword was also forced to appear in the world to fight for it. After passing through the hands of several people, it was split into 3 parts in a great battle and was lost in the mortal world. It was not until today that all 3 parts were gathered by Zhou Jie that the Heavenly Plan sword was complete. It's a pity that the Heavenly Emperor's power of origin is no longer in it. Otherwise, whether it's devouring it or using it as a life-saving trump card, its value would be no less than the Holy Phoenix talisman that Senior Saint Emperor gave me. After learning the origin of the Heavenly Policy sword, Zhou Jie immediately probed the sword, but he did not find the power of origin left by the Heavenly Emperor. He could not help but sigh. However, this sword is mysterious and unpredictable. It's a divine weapon for comprehending the law of cause and effect. If I can completely control this sword, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Then, with the help of the 6 paths inheritance, I will definitely reach the transcendent realm. When Zhou Jie thought of all the ways to improve his strength, he suddenly had a strong sense of confidence. For the first time, he felt that the transcendent realm was not so far away. Of course, this could only mean that Zhou Jie was still a frog at the bottom of a well. He still did not understand the gap between the transcendent realm and the universe emperor. Chapter 4:37. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhou Jie put away the Heavenly Plan sword and returned to the space where the goddess race was. He planned to solve the problem of the goddess race's settlement first before finding a place to enter seclusion to comprehend the Heavenly Plan sword. Zhou Jie returned to the space where the goddess race was and found that all the goddess race members were still gathered there and arranged neatly. Clearly, they were waiting for him. Seeing Zhou Jie's figure appear in the sky, Elder Bai immediately took the lead and bowed to Zhou Jie. "Welcome, Lord Celestial Emperor." Following Elder Bai's words, all the members of the goddess race shouted, "Welcome, Lord Celestial Emperor." Zhou Jie remained unmoved, and it was even to the extent that he didn't explain that his current cultivation wasn't at the Imperial Monarch realm. He immediately said indifferently, "I never expected that after I placed all of you here, an outsider would notice and trespass in a short period of over a decade. Looks like I have to find another home for all of you. Elder Bai, do you have any recommendations?" As he finished speaking, Zhou Jie looked at Elder Bai and asked. Elder Bai was stunned for a moment before she bowed and answered, "Lord Celestial Emperor, back then, our race experienced a great war and was forced to flee from our ancestral land. We also lost our complete inheritance. If Lord Celestial Emperor can help us find our ancestral land, that would naturally be the best. However, we have no clue where our ancestral land is. If we can't find our ancestral land, it's better for our race to recuperate here. When the time comes, I will send people to search for our ancestral land." "Your race's ancestral land?" Zhou Jie's heart suddenly moved. After thinking for a while, he flipped his hand and took out the Heavenly Plan sword. When Zhou Jie first obtained the Heavenly Plan sword, he had a feeling that he could see the so-called karma. He originally wanted to quickly settle down the goddess race, and then enter seclusion to comprehend the mysteries of the Heavenly Plan sword's karma law. However, when he heard that he needed to find a place, he immediately thought of the Heavenly Plan sword's karma law. The karma law was to follow the cause and deduce the effect, or find the cause and obtain the cause. It could deduce the future and also deduce the past. This was the magical aspect of the karma law. Back when Zhou Jie had obtained the incomplete Heavenly Secrets mirror, he had discovered that it had an unstable seek fortune and avoid disaster effect. He believed that its effects would be more heaven-defying after it was complete. However, before Zhou Jie could test the effects of the complete Heavenly Secrets mirror, he had obtained the Heavenly Plan sword. The complete heavenly plan sword contained the complete karma laws of the heavenly secret mirror and its own powerful karma origin energy, forming a perfect strand of karma origin law. With this karma origin law, Zhou Jie could begin to understand and control karma. To a certain extent, he could predict the future and retrace the past. With the heavenly plan sword in hand, Zhou Jie's soul power surged into it. He instantly discovered that the universe was filled with karma threads that he couldn't normally detect. Zhou Jie found all the karma threads of the goddess race and immediately began his first deduction. He wanted to find the various sources of the karma threads of the goddess race. He believed that the ancestral land of the goddess race was among them. Karma laws: seek karma and obtain karma. With a thought, the heavenly plan sword released an invisible force that was infused with Zhou Jie's heart force and consciousness. It followed the karma line of the goddess tribe and crazily extended in all directions. Its speed was unimaginable, and it almost instantly reached a distance of tens of millions of light years. Moreover, it almost ignored everything and penetrated into every corner that the karma line reached. It also fed back the information fragments there to Zhou Jie. Not long after, Zhou Jie's consciousness followed the karma threads into the central universe that he had never been to before. There, it was again groping. Finally, in the depths of the starry sea of ruins, the karma threads were cut off by an invisible force for the first time. In an instant, Zhou Jie's consciousness frantically reversed. In just a few breaths, it returned to Zhou Jie's soul origin. Zhou Jie immediately woke up from that wonderful state. There, a beam of purple-red light burst out from Zhou Jie's eyes. It seemed to have penetrated countless distances and once again followed the karma threads toward the starry sky of ruins, where the karma threads had just been cut off. This time, it was different from before. Zhou Jie used all of his consciousness to investigate. The karma laws of the heavenly plan sword were also pushed to their limits. This was all for the sake of being able to see more information and determine a more accurate location. At the very least, Zhou Jie would be able to go there directly. However, Zhou Jie's second tracing was instantly cut off in the depths of the starry sky of ruins. Obviously, there was a force that was far above him and had blocked his exploration. However, the more this was the case, the more curious Zhou Jie was, and the more interested he was in that place. "I'll take you to a place." Zhou Jie planned to immediately set off for the starry sky of ruins. He immediately said this to all the members of the goddess clan. Then, without waiting for their reply, he put them all into the ceiling plate. Zhou Jie took a step forward and began to accelerate. Since breaking through to the Universe Emperor realm, this was the first time he had displayed a speed that was close to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through several star regions. The central universe was located at the center of the 7 latitude universes. Its size was unimaginable, but it seemed to exist in another space. In the space of the 7 latitude universes, the central universe was just a singularity. If one's cultivation was not at the Imperial Emperor realm, it was impossible to discover it, let alone enter or leave. Zhou Jie traveled for a few days before he found the singularity of the central universe according to his memory and entered it. Through this singularity of the central universe, unless there was a specific teleportation method, one would be teleported to a stable space in the central universe. This was the first time Zhou Jie had entered the central universe, so he knew nothing about it. He followed the random direction of the singularity and walked out of the singularity and appeared in the pitch-black starry sky of the central universe. Oh no, the route is messed up. After Zhou Jie appeared, he used his mind to investigate his surroundings. Only then did he realize that he did not know where he was and had no direction. He could no longer follow the guidance of the karma line in his memory to go to the starry sky of ruins. Helpless, Zhou Jie took out the heavenly plan sword again and made a deduction. After a while, he confirmed the direction and continued to move. A few days later, Zhou Jie arrived in front of a huge spatial fault. He looked at the spatial rift that spanned millions of light years in front of him with a grave expression. He could not help but feel a little shocked. In fact, it was no wonder that Zhou Jie felt this way. This spatial fault that was millions of light years long was a scenic spot at the edge of the starry sky of ruins. After passing through this spatial fault, one could enter the starry sky of ruins. In the starry sky of ruins, spatial rifts that were millions of light years long could be seen everywhere. There were also countless wreckage of planets. In addition, there were countless spatial rifts and black holes of various sizes. It could be said that the starry sky of ruins was a huge interstellar dead zone. Ordinary life forms could not survive it at all. Even those below the Imperial Lord realm did not have the right to walk freely in it. Therefore, this vast starry sky was also rarely visited. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jie could not help but feel shocked in his heart. He guessed what kind of battle had caused this vast starry sky to be so damaged that it had yet to recover. It's very likely that it was an extraordinary expert. The aura left behind in this spatial rift is extremely terrifying. It far surpasses my current realm. Zhou Jie sighed as he stood in front of the huge spatial rift. In the end, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took a step into it and completely entered the starry sky of ruins. In the starry sky of ruins, space was extremely unstable. There were even spatial storms and rifts that spontaneously appeared. There were also a small number of spaces that would repair themselves. Zhou Jie had to be alert when he traveled in it with the law of space. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Jie was walking in the starry sky of ruins as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He could travel more than 10 light years in a single breath, and his speed was still very fast. About an hour later, Zhou Jie passed through an extremely shattered spatial torrent layer and found a huge oval sphere that was purely made of law energy. There was a gap on its surface with a radius of millions of kilometers, and its overall size was more than 100 light years in diameter. This is it, the ancestral land of the goddesses? Zhou Jie looked at the bright sphere in front of him and confirmed that it was the end of the Karma line. He could not help but guess. Chapter 438. Looking at the huge gap, Zhou Jie did not think too much. He took a step forward and disappeared into the huge sphere. However, at the gap, Zhou Jie could not help but stop. He turned to look at the torn inner wall of the sphere world. The broken cross-section of the world wall was thousands of feet thick. Its density was unimaginable. There was also a powerful power of law contained in it that maintained its stability. It even had the power to self-repair. However, the power of law that destroyed the world wall was not weaker than the power of law in the world wall. Thus, it prevented the world wall from recovering. That was why the gap remained broken. This power of law, its transcendent power. Zhou Jie carefully sensed it for a while and was suddenly shocked. At the same time, he had a faint guess. This sphere world was probably created by a transcendent, and the one who made the gap was also a transcendent. The God Emperor, who created the goddess clan, was probably a transcendent. It seems that he has fallen. Even transcendent can still die. Zhou Jie muttered to himself. He then thought about how Zhou Tianwu was also a transcendent and died in the battle in the Holy Land. For a moment, his emotions were a little complicated. However, it did not take long for Zhou Jie to recover from his emotions. He extended his perception forward to block it. At the same time, he took a step forward and completely entered it. Zhou Jie did not go deep. He hovered in the air and could not help but frown. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were gray and hazy. His perception was seriously disturbed in this place. However, with Zhou Jie's consciousness after comprehending the heart force, he could still examine the situation within a radius of several billion miles in detail. However, it was precisely because he saw, as Zhou Jie guessed, the large-scale situation in the ancestral land of the goddess clan that Zhou Jie frowned. There are broken spaces everywhere. There should have been a great battle here. A great battle between transcendents led to the destruction of everything here. It's the same for the outside world. Zhou Jie secretly guessed. For a moment, he looked around and did not know where to go. After thinking about it, Zhou Jie waved his hand and released Elder Bai not far from him. Lord Monarch. After Elder Bai appeared, although he was surprised by the harsh environment around him, he still chose to greet Zhou Jie immediately. Is this the ancestral land of your clan? Zhou Jie asked Elder Bai without looking sideways. Hearing this, Elder Bai was clearly stunned. Immediately after, he looked around with a somewhat panicked expression. At the same time, he released his perception. After a long while, Elder Bai's face turned pale, and his lips trembled as he replied, Yes, this is my clan's ancestral land. How did it become like this? Is Lord God Emperor really dead? Although Elder Bai's cultivation was far inferior to Zhou Jie's, and her perception could only slightly explore a radius of several hundred miles, as an elder of the goddess tribe, she had inherited memories of the ancestral land. Thus, she was very familiar with the aura here. Although there were only remnants of the original aura left, Elder Bai could basically be sure that this was the ancestral land in her tribe's inherited memories. Seeing this, Zhou Jie sighed slightly in his heart. However, after thinking about it, he asked again, Are you familiar with this place? Elder Bai immediately replied, Well, I have inherited memories of the ancestral land. Although they're not complete now, I still have the basic memories of the interior of the ancestral land. Is there anything special about this place? Zhou Jie's heart moved, and he asked. Elder Bai hesitated for a moment, but finally answered truthfully, In the center of the ancestral land is the altar of our tribe. Above the altar is the seven emotion star where Lord God Emperor lives. If there are any places in the ancestral land that you should pay attention to, it would be these two places. Come with me and have a look. Zhou Jie nodded slightly when he heard this. Without waiting for Elder Bai to respond, he took her and teleported into the depths of the ancestral land. With Zhou Jie's strength, the world of the ancestral land of the goddess tribe was just like an ordinary person in a palace. It only took him minutes to go to any corner. Not long after, Zhou Jie took Elder Bai and appeared in an extremely dilapidated space. Light no longer existed in this place, so they could only rely on their perception to see everything clearly. Relying on his perception, Zhou Jie discovered from afar that there was a huge altar below this place. Although most of it had been destroyed by external forces, the interior was still intact. Obviously, the transcendent who had barged into this place had only had a great battle with the god Emperor outside, thus destroying everything on the surface of the ancestral land. It was possible that he had not entered the altar below. At the same time, Zhou Jie also sensed that there was a faint power of the natural order that existed alone light years above. Obviously, it was emitted by the seven emotion star where the god Emperor lived, which Elder Bai had mentioned. It's here, the altar of our tribe. Elder Bai also discovered the altar below through her perception and could not help but exclaim excitedly. Obviously, this altar was of great significance to her tribe. Therefore, Zhou Jie asked again, The interior of this altar seems to be intact. Is it useful to your tribe? Hearing Zhou Jie's question, Elder Bai's eyes immediately lit up. She replied excitedly, Yes, of course it's useful. There's the power of origin under the altar. Only by going through the baptism of the power of origin can our tribe give birth to a true goddess. Oh. Zhou Jie was slightly surprised. Then he pondered for a moment and said to Elder Bai, I'll go in and take a look. You go back first. Although Elder Bai was a little unwilling to hear Zhou Jie's words, she did not dare to say much because of Zhou Jie's strength. At that moment, she did not resist and allowed Zhou Jie to take back the sealing tablet. After that, Zhou Jie's figure flashed and vanished into the depths of the altar. There was a passageway beneath the altar that led to a hall at the lowest level. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but more than half of the restrictions and laws within the passageway had been exhausted, and some had even lost their effectiveness. In this way, It wasn't difficult for even a perfection stage imperial monarch to enter the lowest level, so it was naturally extremely easy for Zhou Jie to enter it. There were numerous statues within the hall, and Zhou Jie was visibly moved when he sensed them briefly. There was a total of 101 statues within the hall, and every single one of them was 300 m tall. 100 of them were women, and most of them were human women, while a few dozen were Xeno race. However, without exception, all of them possessed shocking beauty and unparalleled figures. Moreover, every single statue contained a strand of their consciousness, causing them to emanate the aura of the laws that was filled with an illusory force. It was similar to the markings on the bodies of the members of the goddess clan. As for the final statue, it was the so-called God Emperor of the goddess clan. Zhou Jie had seen the appearance of this statue in the goddess clan in the past. However, comparatively speaking, this statue of the God Emperor here was much more mysterious than the statue that had been destroyed, because Zhou Jie was completely clueless just based on the materials and the energy of the laws contained within this statue. Obviously, the statue of the God Emperor that had been destroyed wasn't extremely precious, and it might have been created for the sake of storing that drop of blood within it. Before long, Zhou Jie returned to his senses from his thoughts. He ignored the 100 female statues and went straight to the statue of the God Emperor. The closer he got to the statue of the God Emperor, the more obvious the pressure Zhou Jie felt. When he stopped when he was less than 20 meters away from the statue, the pressure was already like a violent storm that wanted to engulf Zhou Jie and force him to submit. However, Zhou Jie was at the Universe Emperor realm after all, and his willpower was extremely firm. His expression immediately turned cold, and a trace of arrogance appeared between his brows. He looked at the face of the statue of the God Emperor and wasn't moved by the pressure. In the next second, just as Zhou Jie was about to investigate the statue of the God Emperor in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. His entire body instantly tensed up, and the space around him instantly collapsed. At the same time, the vertical eye between the eyebrows of the statue of the God Emperor lit up with a faint white light. An illusory red-clothed figure appeared in front of the statue's eyebrows, and it was less than 10 meters away from Zhou Jie. The red-clothed figure that had suddenly appeared was a man who looked no more than 30 years old. He had a handsome appearance and was dashing and confident. His pair of eyes that were as calm as water seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth, causing people to be captivated and intoxicated just by looking at them. While Zhou Jie was shocked by this drastic change, the red-clothed figure looked at Zhou Jie and actually transmitted his divine thought. "Who are you?" Zhou Jie was shocked again and couldn't help but ask. "Are you the God Emperor of the Goddess Clan?" Upon hearing this, the red-clothed figure's calm gaze fluctuated slightly, revealing a trace of melancholy and nostalgia. He then replied, "That's right. My name is Transcendent Six Desires, and I created the Goddess Clan." Chapter 439. It really is a transcendent expert. When Zhou Jie heard the red-clothed figure call herself Transcendent Six Desires, although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. At this point, Zhou Jie had to secretly sigh. Transcendent experts were still existences that he had to look up to because Zhou Jie clearly knew that the Transcendent Six Desires in front of him was just a remnant thought left in this statue countless years ago. However, just the power of law and the pressure brought by this remnant thought made Zhou Jie have to take it seriously. The strength of the Transcendent was evident, so Zhou Jie couldn't help but look up to it. While Zhou Jie was sighing, the remnant thought of the Transcendent Six Desires suddenly transmitted a message. "I am already dead." Hearing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but be stunned. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the other party was asking him or sighing. "As far as I know, you have indeed fallen." After thinking about it, Zhou Jie still said as an answer. Hearing Zhou Jie's answer, the remnant thought of the Transcendent Six Desires sighed slightly and continued to transmit a message to ask, "Did you find this place alone?" In this regard, Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, "No, I accidentally saved the goddess clan that you created and found this place by karma. I planned to place them here, but who would have thought that this place was no longer suitable for survival?" Zhou Jie's answer could be said to be true, but the remnant thought of the transcendent six desires frowned slightly after hearing it. Its expression seemed to be a little unfriendly, as if it had heard a lie, which made it unhappy. Seeing this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but he didn't know how to explain it clearly, so he simply used actions to prove it. Zhou Jie raised his hand and waved, releasing all the more than 200 goddess clan members from the seal plate and placed them in the air beside him. After the goddess clansmen appeared and saw the remnant body of the six desires transcendent, their expressions changed drastically, revealing looks of disbelief. Then, under the leadership of Elder Bai and the others, they almost simultaneously bowed and said, "The goddess servants greet Lord God Emperor." Seeing this, the remnant thought of the six desires transcendence was obviously surprised. Then, he looked at Zhou Jie deeply and nodded slightly. He seemed to suddenly praise, "Very good, you are very good. What's your name?" The remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence immediately asked Zhou Jie, seemingly unconcerned about the appearance of the goddess. Although Zhou Jie was still a little confused about this, he could roughly guess the reason. He immediately replied with a calm expression, "Junior's name is Zhou Jie. You are very young. Who is your master to be able to have your current cultivation?" The remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence asked again. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked by this. This was not because there was anything special about what he asked, but because the other party said that he was very young, which meant that he could see through his timeline without being noticed by Zhou Jie. It was difficult for Zhou Jie to perform such a method on an imperial emperor, but the other party was only the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence. It was really terrifying. Although Zhou Jie was surprised in his heart, he was calm on the surface. He replied, "Junior has an inheritance, but it is not convenient to disclose it." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence was not displeased. Instead, he smiled and asked with a smile, "Then are you willing to accept my inheritance?" This time, Zhou Jie was a little caught off guard, and he was stunned on the spot. "Senior, do you have an inheritance here?" Zhou Jie could not help but ask after recovering from the shock. However, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence shook his head and said, "My original body is dead. I am just a remnant consciousness attached to this statue. I don't know if my original body left other inheritances, but he deliberately left his self-created secret method with me. I think he also hoped that I would pass it on." Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but say immediately, "If it does not conflict with my cultivation, I am naturally willing to accept the inheritance." The remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence nodded and then said to Zhou Jie, "Well, before that, I would like to say a few words to these goddess servants." "Senior, please go ahead," Zhou Jie said immediately. Seeing this, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence looked at the goddess servants beside him. He did not do anything, but the goddess servants bowed respectfully to him again. They followed Elder Bai and took a few steps forward. They seemed to be conversing with the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence. Zhou Jie could not know the conversation between the two, so he was not curious. He simply nodded slightly and waited. After a while, Zhou Jie sensed that Su Yuyu and Ji Qianfei also walked out from the crowd. They stood side by side with Elder Bai and communicated with the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence. Not long after, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence pointed at Elder Bai and the other two. Su Yuyu and Ji Qianfei immediately flew back uncontrollably until they reached the foot of a statue at the outermost periphery of the palace. After doing this, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence no longer paid attention to the goddess servants. He looked at Zhou Jie again and said, It is not easy for you to not be affected by the law of illusion of the goddess secret art. Because of this, I can rest assured that you will settle down with the goddess servants. Next, I will teach you the secret method of inheritance. After the inheritance is over, I will dissipate. After all, I'm only a remnant consciousness. The meaning of my existence is to protect this place and give out this inheritance. But now that my original body is dead, there is no need to protect this place. After you obtain the inheritance, wait for a new goddess to be born from the two candidates of the goddess servants. After that, you can destroy this place. The six desires transcendent remnant transmitted his thoughts to Zhou Jie. There was a hint of unconcealable sadness on his face. Then he suddenly smiled, as if he had been freed. When he looked at Zhou Jie again, there was an additional look of anticipation in his eyes, as if he was a senior looking at a junior. While Zhou Jie was at a loss of what to do, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence suddenly turned into a milky white brilliance and drifted towards him at a moderate speed. At the same time, the remnant consciousness of the six desires transcendence transmitted a message to him. Absorb it and comprehend it. You can obtain the inheritance. I will dissipate. Hearing this message, Zhou Jie sighed in his heart and silently accepted the milky white brilliance into his soul realm. This did not mean that Zhou Jie was defenseless. On the contrary, his soul realm was ready to resist at any time. However, the milky white brilliance did not show any signs of aggression even after it was controlled by Zhou Jie's soul. There were only some memories that Zhou Jie gradually received. In Zhou Jie's opinion, the inherited secret method of the six desires transcendence was extremely difficult to learn. This was because if the secret method's profoundness was to be summed up in one sentence, it would be to uphold justice and extinguish human desires. In other words, to cultivate this secret method, one had to be completely emotionless and forget about life and death. Although Zhou Jie was once a cold-blooded killer, he still abided by the principle of even thieves have their own morals and never killed the innocent. After thousands of years of cultivation, not only did Zhou Jie not become fickle, but he also became more affectionate. Because he once had true love, he became lustful. Therefore, he knew that he would not be able to extinguish his 7 emotions and 6 desires to cultivate the strongest secret method of the 6 desires transcendence. It's a pity that although this secret method is extremely powerful, I can't cultivate it. However, from what I see, the remnant consciousness of the 6 desires transcendence seems to be affectionate and righteous. Could it be that the 6 desires transcendence would still retain his 7 emotions and 6 desires after cultivating the secret method? Thinking of this, Zhou Jie could not help but have some doubts. However, he felt that he was currently unable to maintain his original heart after cultivating the inherited secret method. Therefore, for the time being, Zhou Jie would not choose to cultivate this secret method. In addition, Zhou Jie also obtained some information about the origin of the goddess servants from the memories of the 6 desires transcendence's remnant consciousness. It turned out that the so-called goddess clan started out as the maids of the dozens of wives of the 6 desires transcendence. Later, under the changes of the 6 desires transcendence's laws, they cultivated the goddess tactics and continued to evolve. Later, the 6 desires transcendence chose a new wife among them, and this new wife was the goddess of the goddess clan. Every once in a while, a goddess would be born with the power of the entire goddess clan. However, after knowing this, Zhou Jie did not have any ripples in his heart. Although the goddess of the goddess clan was extremely beautiful, he knew that he could not be greedy because he only had one wife, in this life, and would only have one wife. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not think too much about the goddess clan and the inherited secret method. He turned his head and looked at the goddess clan members who were silently waiting for him to speak. I know that they are undergoing the test to become the goddess. I will wait here with you, Zhou Jie said to the goddess clan members. He also knew about Su Youyu and Su Youyu from the memories of the 6 desires transcendence's remnant consciousness. Chapter 440. Zhou Jie paused for a moment before he continued. After you have a goddess, I'll find a safer place for all of you. As your home, I won't interfere in any of your matters. Don't worry about that. When they heard Zhou Jie's promise, all the female clansmen, including Elder Bai, were slightly surprised. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Zhou Jie in their hearts. Most female clansmen of the female clansmen were clearly aware of how tempting they were to the opposite sex. Coupled with the fact that dual cultivation with them was effective even to imperial monarchs, all the experts of the opposite sex that noticed their existence, besides Zhou Jie, coveted them extremely and intended to take them as female slaves. So, it was truly inconceivable to them that Zhou Jie remained unmoved. In this regard, after Elder Bai reacted, he took the lead to express his gratitude to Zhou Jie once again. However, Zhou Jie only nodded as a response and did not say much. Then, Zhou Jie turned around and looked at Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei. He planned to watch them receive the inheritance. After receiving the inheritance, a new goddess would be born. The one who didn't become the goddess would be deprived of all the inheritance power and used to become the new goddess. Zhou Jie waited quietly. Occasionally, he would open his eyes to see the progress of Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei's inheritance. However, his perception was always around him and didn't pay attention to the two women. On the other side, Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei had been meditating in front of the first statue for a long time. According to Zhou Jie's guess, the two of them were accepting the test of one of the wives of the six desires transcendence in the first statue. In the end, only one of them could obtain the inheritance power of the remnant in the statue. In this way, the two of them still had to accept the test of the remaining 99 wives of the six desires transcendence and obtain their inheritance power. In the end, the one who obtained the most would become the true goddess. Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei's test lasted for nearly half an hour in front of the first statue. In the end, a pink light flashed and entered Ji Qianfei's body. Then, the two of them quickly opened their eyes and returned to reality from the meditation. After opening her eyes, Ji Qianfei appeared to be very excited. She turned her head to look at Su Youyu, who was still in a daze, and a gorgeous smile appeared on her face. At that time, Zhou Jie happened to see this scene and frowned imperceptibly, but he did not say anything. Since he had just said that he would not interfere with the matters of the goddess race, then he would not interfere with the inheritance of Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei. Although Zhou Jie was biased towards Su Youyu, if the person who would become the goddess in the end was Ji Qianfei, he would not interfere with the result. In the next few hours, Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei accepted the legacies of 90 more statues. Ji Qianfei had obtained 68 portions of the legacies, while Su Youyu had only obtained 23 portions. The difference between the two of them was huge. Although Zhou Jie secretly shook his head and sighed at this situation, he still did not intend to help Su Youyu. Moreover, he could not help but think that Ji Qianfei would become the goddess in the end. After the 92nd statue's legacies of remnant will, Ji Qianfei obtained another portion of the legacies. The smile on her face had been hanging on the corners of her mouth since not long ago. Under her thin eyebrows, she looked at Su Youyu from time to time with a trace of mockery and pride. On the other hand, although Su Youyu had only obtained 20 portions of the legacies and there was a faint anxiety on her face, the determination between her brows never disappeared. It could be said that this was the key reason why Zhou Jie admired Su Youyu more. What a pity! Seeing Su Youyu fail again, Zhou Jie sighed inwardly. However, he was already prepared to face Ji Qianfei becoming the goddess. In front of the 99th statue, Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei finished their legacies. This time, Ji Qianfei obtained another portion of the legacies. So far, she had obtained 74 portions of the legacies, while Su Youyu had only obtained 25 portions. In front of the last statue, Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei began to accept the legacies. Zhou Jie glanced at the last statue. This statue was the closest to the transcendent six desire statue, and it was much closer than any of the other statues. It was a sculpture of a human woman looking lovingly at the transcendent six desires statue more than 20 meters away. Her beautiful face was filled with a happy smile. Zhou Jie's heart suddenly stirred, but then he thought of something and calmly closed his eyes, waiting for the final result of Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei's legacies. Time passed minute by minute. Except for Zhou Jie, who was as calm as water, the rest of the goddess clansmen nervously looked at the two goddess candidates. They were more or less anxious. At a certain moment in time, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze shot towards the final inheritance statue like a bolt of lightning. The statue suddenly lit up with a pinkish-blue light and transformed into a light shadow that was exactly the same as the statue. The light shadow smiled faintly and opened its arms to embrace Su Youyu, who still had her eyes closed. "Child, accept my will and continue to serve my husband's legacies for me." The light shadow left these words and directly merged into Su Youyu's body and disappeared. Seeing this, Zhou Jie's expression changed, and he immediately showed a gratified smile. At the same time, Su Youyu and Ji Qianfei opened their eyes at the same time. Su Youyu's eyes were very calm, but they were filled with a charming pinkish light and looked extremely flirtatious. Ji Qianfei, on the other hand, looked at Su Youyu with a look of panic and shock that could not be concealed. "Impossible, impossible. She's lying. I obtained most of the legacies from the statues. How could it change just because of her words? I'm the goddess, I'm the goddess." Ji Qianfei suddenly lost control and roared loudly. Her voice was sharp and shrill. Seeing this, Zhou Jie withdrew his smile and coldly glanced at Ji Qianfei. Then he looked at Su Youyu, who was erupting with powerful law power, and secretly nodded. In the next second, Ji Qianfei's body also began to erupt with energy, but it was somewhat uncontrollably transmitted to Su Youyu. This caused her to turn pale with fright, and she suddenly pounced at Su Youyu like a mad woman and screamed, "Bitch, I'm the goddess. I'll kill you." However, with Zhou Jie present, Ji Qianfei naturally could not do this. Zhou Jie coldly snorted. He did not seem to do anything, but Ji Qianfei, who was charging at Su Youyu, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall and was sent flying back with a loud bang. Only then did Ji Qianfei realize Zhou Jie's existence. Ignoring her injuries, she immediately got up and asked Zhou Jie for help after falling to the ground. "Lord Monarch, I clearly obtained most of the legacies. Su Youyu, this bitch, cheated. Now she wants to steal my legacies. Lord Monarch, please stop her. Qianfei is willing to offer all of herself to Lord Monarch. I only ask Lord Monarch to help me kill this bitch." Hearing this, Zhou Jie looked at Ji Qianfei indifferently and said coldly, "A character like yours is not worthy of leading the goddess clan. If you say another word, don't blame this emperor for killing you." Zhou Jie's reply was like a bolt of lightning to Ji Qianfei, and it instantly caused her heart to split apart while her face turned ashen. Moreover, when Zhou Jie referred to himself as this emperor, it instantly caused the members of the goddess clan to realize that Zhou Jie wasn't an imperial monarch, but an imperial monarch. Thump! Ji Qianfei was unable to endure the enormous blow to her heart, and her figure immediately swayed and fell to the ground. She seemed as if she'd lost her soul, and her eyes were lifeless. Moreover, she didn't try to resist and fight for the legacies that were being ceaselessly absorbed by Su Youyu. When Zhou Jie saw this scene, he no longer paid any attention to Ji Qianfei. His gaze descended onto Su Youyu, and his expression became slightly solemn. With his cultivation, he couldn't help but be shocked when he sensed the law of illusion converging on Su Youyu's body. Because such a powerful law of illusion would probably affect existences at the second or third step of the imperial monarch realm. Yet it had appeared on Su Youyu, who was only at the early stage of the imperial monarch realm. As expected of a secret technique created by an extraordinary expert, I presume this is the true goddess technique. Zhou Jie sighed with emotion in his heart, but his heart was slightly heavy. Because Zhou Jie had just heard what the remnant consciousness of the last statue had said to Su Yuyu. Wasn't the person who had inherited the 6 desires transcendent himself? Chapter 441. Zhou Jie withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and quietly waited for Su Yuyu to complete the inheritance. Over 10 minutes later, the light on Su Yuyu's body slowly withdrew. All the energy of the laws had fused into the patterns on the surface of her body, and most of it had formed 2 identical and complicated marks on her pupils. Those marks flickered with a strange light, and ordinary imperial monarchs would be unable to extricate themselves from them. Zhou Jie's eyes were closed the entire time. Even though he didn't look at Su Yuyu, he could faintly sense that the laws of illusion unconsciously emanated from her body were extremely powerful, and even he was affected by it. Su Yuyu came back to her senses, and her pair of beautiful eyes immediately fell on Zhou Jie, who was not far away. Zhou Jie seemed to have sensed something, and opened his eyes, coincidentally meeting Su Yuyu's gaze. At that instant, Zhou Jie's pupils constricted slightly, and there was actually a faint rumble in his mind. This was completely because he'd been stunned. Even though Zhou Jie had been stunned when he'd first seen Su Yuyu, it was simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to this time. If Su Yuyu was as stunning as the bright moon now, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was as stunning as a firefly at that time. While Zhou Jie was slightly stunned, Su Yuyu revealed a slightly bashful smile and bowed slightly to him. "Yuyu greets master." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Jie's eyes almost popped open, and he was stunned once more. He couldn't help but ask, "Why do you call me master?" Su Yuyu replied, "Yuyu inherited the will of his senior and followed the inheritor of the Lord Divine Emperor. Master, you've obtained the inheritance of the Lord Divine Emperor." Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was speechless for a moment before he said, "The God Emperor and his concubines are dead, so there's no need for you to inherit his will. I won't force you, so there's no need for you to acknowledge me as your master." However, when she heard Zhou Jie's words, Su Yuyu's pretty face flushed red, and this caused her to instantly become indescribably beautiful. "Master is right, but Yuyu is willing to follow you." Hearing Su Yuyu's reply, Zhou Jie felt helpless and felt a rare headache. But after thinking about it, Zhou Jie frowned slightly and said with a gloomy face, "You don't have to follow me. With your cultivation, you'll only drag me down." Upon hearing Zhou Jie's words, all the members of the goddess race were stunned. Almost all of them looked at Zhou Jie as if they were looking at a monster. Su Yuyu also did not expect Zhou Jie to reject her so decisively. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she was speechless. Zhou Jie didn't pay any attention to the gazes of the female goddess clansmen. He directly said, "I will keep my promise and find a place for your race to live." Think about it. Where's a good place to live? Perhaps there's an altar of your race here that is still in good condition. I can rebuild it, and you can also choose to live and reproduce here. Hearing Zhou Jie say this, Su Yuyu, who had wanted to say something, revealed a bitter expression and nodded, "We will follow master's arrangements." After Su Yuyu said this, Elder Bai, who was not far away, also said, "We will follow Lord God Emperor's arrangements." We will follow Lord God Emperor's arrangements. After Elder Bai spoke, the rest of the goddess race also said in unison. Zhou Jie frowned again, but said coldly to Su Yuyu, "I said, there is no need to call me master. But since you want me to make arrangements, you can live here in the future. Now, I will rebuild this place for you." After saying this, Zhou Jie did not wait for the goddess clansman to respond. He instantly soared into the sky and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already high above the surface of the altar. The ancestral land of the goddess race had been baptized by the battle of 2 transcendents. The law of space had been destroyed, and it had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Everything inside had been destroyed by the constant self-destruction of space. Except for a few places, only a damaged and barren land was left. Even the original residence of the Six Desires Transcendence high in the sky was lifeless. However, it was not difficult for Zhou Jie to restore the space here. It was just that it would take a lot of time. In the end, it took 74 days for Zhou Jie to barely restore the ancestral land of the goddess race. The law of space and the law of space had been restored, but the vitality of the land still needed to be nourished for a long time before it could be completely restored. Zhou Jie did not have the energy to speed up this process. After doing all this, Zhou Jie notified the goddess race, and then went to the former residence of the Six Desires Transcendence, the Seven Emotions star. From afar, Zhou Jie saw that almost one-third of the huge oval sphere was left. This was the Seven Emotions star. With a step, Zhou Jie directly appeared in an intact palace on the remaining Seven Emotions star. The temporary imperial residence was very large, and its entire body was bright white. On its surface, there was still the power of laws, and there were also countless extraordinary restrictions. This caused Zhou Jie's heart to palpitate with eagerness. The difficulty in improving the Tao of restrictions was in the later stages. One had to constantly deduce new restrictions in order to make them more complex and powerful. In the end, they could even perfectly integrate with the power of laws. Restrictions were a part of the origin laws of the universe, and thus, one could make one or more laws of the universe more powerful and closer to the origin laws of the universe. Even Zhou Jie and countless experts who were already standing at the peak had thought that if they could cultivate all the branches of the law of origin of the universe and finally integrate them, they would be able to truly control the law of origin of the universe and become the master of the central universe and the seven-dimensional universe. In fact, the 6 paths of inheritance of the Zhou Holy Land was designed according to this idea, and it was approved by the Zhou Holy Land's divine ancestor. At that time, he had said, if a junior can integrate the 6 paths of inheritance, he can become a transcendent and have hope of becoming a saint. Temporarily suppressing his desire to study restrictions, Zhou Jie stepped into the palace, planning to take away everything that was valuable to him. After all, he was the inheritor of the 6 Desires Transcendence. It was reasonable for him to inherit everything here. About 2 hours later, Zhou Jie walked out of the palace with a slightly emotional expression. Thinking about his gains, he was excited and also sighed at the fall of the 6 Desires Transcendence. There was no need to say how many treasures there were in the residence of a transcendent expert. It could be described with 3 words: a lot of treasures. There were many precious materials that Zhou Jie did not recognize. However, in the herb garden deep in the 6 Desires Transcendence Palace, there was a tree whose branch's aura was comparable to the branch of the Thunder God tree that Zhou Jie had obtained. From this, he knew how valuable the herbs in the herb garden were. After walking out of the palace, Zhou Jie did not intend to leave. Instead, he simply explored the restrictions of the entire palace and found that the restrictions at the entrance were relatively simple. It would be easier to decipher the restrictions of the entire palace and turn them into his own restrictions. In addition, there were several very powerful formations in the palace that were used together with the restrictions. If he took them out alone, Zhou Jie might not be able to understand any of them. Therefore, he had to start with the restrictions first. Zhou Jie knew that the restrictions and formations of the palace were very profound. If he wanted to completely master them, it would take him at least a few hundred years. Fortunately, Zhou Jie had nothing to do, so he simply sat at the entrance of the palace and began to study the recent restrictions. One day, more than 400 years later, Zhou Jie stood in a corner of the palace with a joyful expression. Not long after, he turned around and stepped out of the palace. I've finally mastered all the restrictions and formations, but if I want to use them skillfully, I'll need hundreds or thousands of years of practice. Zhou Jie muttered to himself excitedly. He turned around and took one last look at the palace before disappearing from the 7 Emotions star. At the huge gap in the world of the goddess clan's ancestral land, Zhou Jie appeared there. After turning around and looking in the direction of the altar, he shook his head and completely left this world. However, as soon as Zhou Jie came out of the gap, he was shocked. His figure transformed and stopped in the void with a solemn expression. Less than 20 meters in front of Zhou Jie, Su Youyu was standing there. She had obviously been waiting for a long time. "What are you doing?" Zhou Jie frowned. He glanced at Su Youyu and then retracted his gaze. "You want to follow Master and travel outside. I will definitely not cause trouble for Master." Su Youyu gritted her teeth and replied. When Zhou Jie heard Su Youyu's words, he felt a headache and was speechless. With Su Youyu's current charm, even Tao Creation Realm Emperor you would be tempted. This was not only because of the law of illusion, but also because dual cultivation with her would allow one to obtain the law of illusion and directly increase the power of the soul source. Even for a half-step transcendent, it might be quite tempting. Chapter 442. However, Zhou Jie also knew that although Su Youyu was relatively simple-minded, she was not stupid. Being able to say such words was enough to prove her determination. However, Zhou Jie clearly knew that he could not let a femme fatale like Su Youyu follow him. If he really let her follow him, not to mention others, Zhou Jie himself would be a kind of watching but not touching torture. Therefore, Zhou Jie was silent for a few seconds, shook his head, and said with a trace of decisiveness in his voice, "I won't let you follow me. Go back, and don't mention this again." After being rejected by Zhou Jie for the umpteenth time, Su Youyu's face turned slightly pale. Then, she bit her lips and could not help but ask, "Can you tell Youyu why?" Faced with Su Youyu's question, Zhou Jie could not help but close his eyes. He took a deep breath and replied, "You don't need to know. Go back." After saying that, Zhou Jie did not want to stay any longer. He lifted his foot and was about to leave. Seeing this, Su Yu hurriedly sent a voice transmission, as if she was angry. "Master doesn't want Yu to follow you. Then Yu will go out and explore by herself. One day I will find Master." When Su Youyu's message arrived, Zhou Jie's figure had already flickered and appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Sigh. Zhou Jie could not help but sigh. However, he still did not change his mind because of Su Youyu's last message. He took another step and flashed light years away. However, at a certain moment when Zhou Jie's figure appeared after teleporting dozens of light years away, he suddenly stopped teleporting and suddenly turned around without any warning. He shouted angrily, "Who is it?" With this shout from Zhou Jie, the space in the surroundings that was already shattered to the point of collapse instantly rumbled as countless spatial torrents surged out and swept out in all directions. However, at a position less than 100 meters behind Zhou Jie, a black figure quietly appeared. The space torrent in front of him naturally split into two sides, and after passing through him, it converged as before, as if this figure did not exist. Zhou Jie had clearly sensed the sudden appearance of the black figure. That was why he had suddenly turned around and shouted angrily in order to force the person to show himself. At this time, Zhou Jie tried to sense the black figure with all his strength, but the figure was covered in a black robe. Zhou Jie's perception could not penetrate the black robe to know what the figure looked like under the robe. He could only tell from the appearance that it should be a person. While Zhou Jie was sensing, the mysterious black-robed man suddenly said, "You are really interesting to make such a decision against your will. Since you don't want Yu, then she belongs to me." The mysterious black-robed man's words startled Zhou Jie, and his pupils shrank. "Who are you?" Zhou Jie asked again. His tone showed that he was very eager to know the answer to this question. Actually, Zhou Jie couldn't be blamed for acting in this way, because not only had the mysterious black-robed man mentioned Yu, Zhou Jie was even more shocked because the black-robed man's voice and intonation were exactly the same as his own. It wasn't impossible to speak with the same voice, and it could even be said to not be very small. Moreover, it was extremely easy for cultivators to imitate the voice of another, but the key was the consistency of the intonation. If one wasn't familiar with the way another spoke, then it was extremely difficult to imitate the intonation of another. Even though it was still simple for cultivators at the Imperial Monarch realm, would any of the cultivators here be bored to the point of imitating the voice and intonation of another? Coupled with what the mysterious black-robed man had said, the mysterious black-robed man was clearly aware of everything that had occurred in Zhou Jie recently, yet Zhou Jie had never seen this person before. In this way, how could Zhou Jie not be shocked? The mysterious black-robed man seemed to smile when he saw Zhou Jie's reaction, and his icy cold voice faintly carried a trace of ridicule as he said, "I am you." Zhou Jie instantly frowned when he heard this, and then he snorted coldly and said, "Ridiculous." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jie took a step forward towards the black-robed man, and then he released his aura without holding back at all. Moreover, it condensed and crushed forward. When faced with Zhou Jie's actions, the black-robed man actually took a step forward as well, and then he erupted with a terrifying aura that was exactly the same as Zhou Jie's aura. It converged and collided with Zhou Jie's aura. Bang! After a shocking fluctuation passed, the black-robed man suddenly vanished before Zhou Jie's perception. Zhou Jie frowned when he noticed that he was actually unable to find any traces of the mysterious black-robed man, and he couldn't help but ponder. However, a short 2 seconds later, Zhou Jie's eyes narrowed. Shit! At the same time, Zhou Jie teleported away. When he appeared again, Zhou Jie had already returned to the entrance of the World Rift. As soon as Zhou Jie appeared, his eyes narrowed. He saw that the black-robed man was standing face-to-face with Su Youyu, and they seemed to be communicating. When he noticed Zhou Jie's arrival, the black-robed man turned around and glanced in Zhou Jie's direction. Su Yu noticed Zhou Jie at the same time, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. But in the next instant, Su Youyu's expression changed. The black-robed man had suddenly raised his hand and grabbed towards Su Youyu. Even with Su Youyu's late-stage Imperial Monarch cultivation after he received the inheritance, he was unable to resist at all, and he was grabbed by the black-robed man. "Don't you dare!" Zhou Jie was furious when he saw this. He shouted coldly before he suddenly took a step forward, and then his figure flashed and appeared behind the black-robed man before he stabbed his sword forward. As soon as Zhou Jie pointed his sword forward, the surrounding space suddenly froze, but the pure power of the law of lightning erupted and turned into hundreds of sharp spikes that covered the black-robed man's head. However, a scene that shocked Zhou Jie happened. The black-robed man did not turn around. He also pointed his sword forward, and hundreds of lightning spikes that were exactly the same as Zhou Jie's appeared. They accurately collided with Zhou Jie's lightning spikes and annihilated each other. Not even a trace of excess power dissipated. Zhou Jie's pupils constricted, but he had no time to think about it. He did not hesitate to release the lightning fire seal, heavenly lightning purple phoenix seal. Boom! Zhou Jie suppressed the black-robed man with one seal and directly used the great solar undying body with the other hand. Golden light soared out and grabbed the black-robed man's hand that was controlling Su Youyu. But in the next moment, the black-robed man also used the lightning purple phoenix seal. When it collided with Zhou Jie's seal, both sides were annihilated. Not only that, the black-robed man also raised his free hand. His hand also soared with golden light as it collided with Zhou Jie's attack. At the same time, Zhou Jie was pushed back, and he also retreated to the same distance as Zhou Jie. How is this possible? This time, Zhou Jie was really shocked. He had thought that the black-robed man was deliberately imitating his moves, so he used his self-created lightning purple phoenix seal and the great solar undying body, which was considered a top-secret technique in the Zhou Holy Land. He wanted the black-robed man to be unable to imitate him. But who would have thought that not only did the black-robed man use the same lightning purple phoenix seal as Zhou Jie, but he even used the great solar undying body. Zhou Jie would definitely not be mistaken about the fluctuations of this secret technique. The black-robed man had used the great solar undying body when he clashed with him. And just as Zhou Jie was shocked, the black-robed man who had retreated said, Didn't you want her? Then isn't it better for me to take care of her for you? Why are you so agitated? Who are you? Zhou Jie stared at the black-robed man and asked again. In response, the black-robed man sneered and transmitted his voice. Didn't I tell you? I am you. Ridiculous. Zhou Jie rejected the black-robed man's answer again. He only felt that the other party was deliberately mystifying, but he did not know what the other party's purpose was. No matter who you are, leave her behind. Otherwise, I will force you to show yourself, Zhou Jie said with certainty. Facing Zhou Jie's threat, the black-robed man shook his head, but surprisingly, he did not refuse. Instead, he said, Okay, but if you don't take her with you, I will still take her away. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Zhou Jie's eyes flickered, but his heart was full of doubts. Because in this way, Zhou Jie felt that the other party wanted him to take Su Youyu with him. But what benefit would this bring to him? Zhou Jie could not understand. Give her to me. With a flash of thought, Zhou Jie could not figure it out, so he did not continue to be entangled. Instead, he stared at the black-robed man and said coldly. Hearing this, the black-robed man did not hesitate to raise his hand and throw it to Zhou Jie. Immediately, Su Youyu, who was imprisoned in his hand, flew to Zhou Jie. In the blink of an eye, right at the instant the black-robed man threw Su Youyu over, Zhou Jie suddenly vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already behind the black-robed man, and the heavenly plan sword emanated a brilliant golden light that enveloped the black-robed man. Chapter 443. As soon as the heavenly plan sword appeared, Zhou Jie's battle prowess skyrocketed. Although he did not use his full strength, the power released by the sword was enough to make even Emperor Yu, who was at the late stage of the Dao fusion realm, pale. Without the strength of the Dao breaking realm, it was absolutely impossible to deal with the power of Zhou Jie's sword. However, the black-robed man once again gave Zhou Jie a surprise. The moment Zhou Jie's sword descended on the black-robed man's head, a reddish-gold sword of light pierced through space and appeared. It seemed to collide with Zhou Jie's heavenly plan sword by a hair's breadth, producing an earth-shattering fluctuation of laws. In an instant, the shattered space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles shattered like a broken mirror, and a terrifying spatial torrent swept everything within. Zhou Jie and the black-robed man retreated at the same time. Among them, Zhou Jie's eyes flickered, and his face was filled with unconcealable shock and astonishment. Impossible! How can he have the heavenly plan sword? It's impossible for such a thing to happen in this world. Zhou Jie thought to himself in shock. As it turned out, the golden sword of light that the black-robed man had used was exactly the same as the heavenly plan sword, regardless of whether it was its aura or fluctuation. The might of that sword was also exactly the same. This was why the attacks of both sides were unable to do anything to the other. Impossible. There must be a problem. He imitated everything I did from the beginning. If it was just a secret technique, it would be fine, but he even has the heavenly plan sword. All of this can't be real. Zhou Jie quickly analyzed in his heart and calmed himself down. At the same time, Zhou Jie also lost the black-robed man's aura within the range of his senses. This meant that the black-robed man had completely escaped from his control. Zhou Jie did not try to use the heavenly plan sword to deduce and track the black-robed man's whereabouts, because he knew it would not work. The black-robed man's cultivation was simply unfathomable. No matter what Zhou Jie used, the black-robed man could imitate it without any difference in power. Clearly, the black-robed man's cultivation was much higher than Zhou Jie's. As for the black-robed man having the heavenly plan sword, Zhou Jie knew that it was obviously impossible. The black-robed man must have imitated all the fluctuations and aura with the power of laws, making Zhou Jie feel the same as the heavenly plan sword. However, whether it was the secret technique or the imitation of the heavenly plan sword, it was unimaginable for Zhou Jie at that time. That black-robed man might be a transcendent. Other than a transcendent, I can't think of any other existence that could imitate me. But why would a transcendent do that? Is his goal only Suyoyu? After Zhou Jie calmed down, his thoughts became clear, and he immediately analyzed what he thought was the key. Apart from that, Zhou Jie also remembered that when he was in the flying boat, he felt that his thoughts were somewhat out of control, as if they were being controlled by some kind of power. At that time, Zhou Jie thought that it might be a transcendent who was interfering. Now, it seemed that this was more likely. But when my thoughts were affected, I was still in the second-dimensional universe. The true body of a transcendent can't descend to the second-dimensional universe. After Zhou Jie thought about the abnormal events that happened before and after, he tried to link them together to make a further analysis. However, in the end, he realized that not a single line of thought was correct. No, none of them are right. Everything seems too sudden. I can't explain it, and I can't find the possible source of the problem. This is too strange. The more Zhou Jie thought about it, the more he could not understand. He could not help but shake his head and frown. However, there was no clue to the problem, so it was impossible to solve it by thinking. Therefore, Zhou Jie gave up thinking and decisively took out the heavenly plan sword. Law of cause and effect. Follow effect and deduce cause. Zhou Jie stabbed out with his sword, and the law of cause and effect immediately entangled him and Suyoyu like countless invisible threads. They went to the various locations where the black-robed man had been, and after passing by him, they continued to extend into the distance. However, not long after, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of shock in the depths of his eyes. How can this be? The final target of the karma threads is actually me? It turned out that Zhou Jie had just used the heavenly plan sword to perform karma to deduce the origin of the black-robed man. He followed the karma threads in a big circle and finally returned to himself. Even karma has been interfered with? Transcendent. Zhou Jie could not help but mutter to himself. He pursed his lips tightly and frowned deeply. Then, Zhou Jie glanced at Suyoyu, who had fainted after being sealed. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and put her away with the seal token. Then, he disappeared from the spot. A few months later, Zhou Jie was on the way back to the fourth-dimensional universe on a flying ship. As usual, he sat cross-legged in the quiet room of the flying ship and cultivated. This had been going on for more than 2 months. During these months, Zhou Jie released Kakashi again. After chatting with him for a while, he allowed him to entertain himself while he began to cultivate in seclusion. As for Suyoyu, Zhou Jie really did not have the courage to release her. Therefore, he kept her sealed by the black-robed man and hid her in the seal token. In addition, apart from cultivating, Zhou Jie often used a lot of energy to deduce karma with the heavenly plan sword in an attempt to find some clues. However, he did not find any information. However, on this day, Zhou Jie suddenly opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, the heavenly plan sword, which had shrunk to the size of a finger, appeared in his palm. At that moment, it emitted a golden light and strange waves spread out. At the same time, the invisible power of the law of karma was fed back to the depths of Zhou Jie's soul realm. At this moment, Zhou Jie sensed an inexplicable danger signal. However, the strange thing was that when he used the heavenly plan sword to deduce the source of this danger signal, that danger seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of it at all. This made Zhou Jie rather puzzled. At the same time, he also felt a true sense of danger. The heavenly plan sword's ability to deduce was thousands of times greater than the heavenly secret mirrors, so the danger feedback could not be wrong. If it could not deduce the source, it could only mean that the danger was very hidden or was blocked by some power that surpassed the universe emperor realm. I have to leave the central universe as soon as possible. After all, as long as I return to the dimensional universe, my transcendent true body will not be able to descend, and my transcendent power will not be able to be fully unleashed. This way, I may still have a chance to resist. Zhou Jie deduced and verified from many aspects. Although he could not find the source of the danger, he concluded that this danger and the recent abnormality came from a transcendent expert. Therefore, he had already considered this possibility. While Zhou Jie was heading to the dimensional universe, a major event occurred in the Morwen Star Zone. Morwen Star Zone, 9 Black Star Sea, 9 Black River. 9 Black River was not an ordinary river in the natural world. Instead, it was an interstellar river formed by a large number of planet fragments. It was more than light years long and hundreds of millions of kilometers wide. 9 Black River was not far from the sealed realm, but it was rarely visited. Even fewer people knew that there was a space cave in the depths of a broken star stone. This was the residence of the 4th disciple of the Realm Emperor, the Emperor. Since Zhou Jie spoiled his grand plan to break through, not only did the Emperor lose the clone he'd nurtured for 10,000 years, he was even heavily injured to the point his cultivation dropped. But even then, the Emperor still possessed a strength at the half-step Universe Emperor realm. Over the past few years, the Emperor had been cultivating every moment of his recovery. In the early stages, he had been recovering from his injuries, and in the later stages, he had been absorbing and digesting the comprehension he had gained from the fusion of his clone. 10,000 years, at most 10,000 years. I want to break through to the Universe Emperor realm. Even if there's only a 50% chance, I won't hesitate. After I become the Universe Emperor, I will definitely kill that Zhou Jie. How can the enmity between us be resolved with just a few words from third senior brother? Either he dies or I die. This thought had appeared in the Emperor's mind many times, encouraging him to continue cultivating. It had to be said that the Emperor's cultivation talent was very high. With his help, his clone had reached the peak of the Sovereign Emperor realm in just 10,000 years, and his strength was close to the half-step Universe Emperor realm. After the fusion of his clone's comprehension, although the Emperor's strength had stabilized at the pseudo-realm, it was not far from it. Moreover, after his injuries had healed, his strength had also improved. In less than 10,000 years, he might reach the pseudo-realm and break through to the Universe Emperor realm. The Emperor was sitting cross-legged on the peak of an extremely high mountain, as usual. Suddenly, in the vast sky less than 1,000 meters away from him, a terrifying bolt of lightning appeared and fell directly toward him. What? The Emperor was shocked. His expression changed greatly, but he did not have enough time to defend himself. Rumble! After the thunder and lightning roared, the peak where the Emperor was sitting was razed to the ground. Chapter 444. After the power of thunder and lightning dissipated, a 9-colored flowing light soared into the sky and turned into a 7-colored spear surrounded by black and white. It pierced straight into the pitch-black sky. Boom! The black and white 7-colored spear was the Emperor's strongest killing move. It was enough to threaten a pseudo-universe Emperor realm existence, but when it pierced into the sky, it collapsed inch by inch. Seeing this, the Emperor's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he tore open the space behind him and tried to escape this place. However, as soon as the Emperor tore open the space, he encountered a huge resistance from below the spatial layer. It turned out that the space of this world had been sealed. Sealed space? Who wants to kill me? Who dares to kill me? The Emperor thought in horror. At the same time, he sensed another attack above his head. Rumble! A huge seal of thunder and fire tore out and suppressed the Emperor. Zhou Jie! The Emperor sensed the familiar fluctuation of the purple lightning phoenix seal, and his heart trembled violently as he shouted in horror. It's him, but why is his move so much stronger? Has he become Universe Emperor? Thoughts flashed through the Emperor's mind. While he frantically used his divine abilities to block the purple lightning phoenix seal, he also shattered the protective medallion that the World Emperor had given him. Even when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the Emperor had wanted to save the medallion for the last moment. But this time, he did not hesitate to use it. The token shattered, and the Emperor was immediately wrapped in a layer of transparent gray crystal. However, this did not affect his movements. At the same time, The gray crystal emitted a terrifying destructive power that spread out in front of him. Everywhere it passed, the space in this world was completely destroyed, and even the space torrent layer in the depths was directly annihilated. The World Emperor's protective medallion was the Emperor's most precious item. Once it was used, it could even kill the Tao Fusion Realm Emperor Yu. It was 1,000,000 times more powerful than any of the Emperor's life-saving methods. However, it could only be used once. Normally, the Emperor wouldn't use it unless he was in a life and death situation. The reason why His Majesty had used it at the start of the battle was because he was certain that his opponent was much stronger than him and was not someone he could resist. Another reason was that the Emperor was certain that the person who came was Zhou Jie. He had long wanted to kill Zhou Jie. So at this moment, he did not hesitate to use the protective token given by the World Emperor in order to kill Zhou Jie. However, in the face of the destructive power of space, a huge golden sword suddenly pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. It pierced through the destructive power of space with inconceivable might and headed straight for the Emperor. This is impossible. When the Emperor saw this, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He felt an irresistible force from the golden sword, and it was filled with the aura of death. However, the speed of the Emperor's retreat was truly too slow when compared to the speed of the golden sword's piercing. In less than an instant, the golden sword had stabbed into the gray crystal that covered the Emperor's body. The Emperor watched in horror as the gray crystal was quickly cut open. The tip of the huge golden sword pierced his chest as easily as a treasured sword piercing through a piece of tofu. No! The Emperor immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar and desperately resisted the destructive power of the golden sword that entered his body. However, he could not stop the golden cracks from spreading all over his body. In the next second, the Emperor's entire body shattered into countless pieces like cracked porcelain and disappeared in the spatial storm. In the pitch-black sky, a black-robed man stood there. He lowered his head and looked at the place where the Emperor's body and soul had been destroyed. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. About half a minute after the Emperor's death, the collapsing space of this world suddenly stopped. Even the turbulent spatial torrent was no exception. A black-robed youth silently appeared in this still space of this world. This black-robed youth looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. He had a head of dazzling white hair that fluttered behind his head without any wind. His eyes were particularly strange. At first glance, they seemed to be distinct between black and white like an ordinary person's. However, if someone with a high cultivation looked carefully, they would discover that his eyes were like diamonds and had sharp edges and corners. It was just that the surface of his eyes had been cut millions of times, making the edges and corners extremely subtle and difficult to detect. After the black-robed youth appeared, he coldly scanned the area below him. In his eyes, an illusory scene quickly appeared. A huge golden sword had pierced through the Emperor and shattered him. The black-robed youth's eyes could not help but blaze with anger. However, in the next second, his pupils abruptly shrank. Then, he frowned and disappeared with a cold snort. At the same time, Zhou Jie piloted the flying ship and arrived at a fixed passage between the central universe and the dimensional universe. However, when Zhou Jie was about to enter the passage, he discovered that an invisible barrier had appeared in front of the passage, preventing him from entering. Why is there a barrier here? Could it be that the extraordinary doesn't want me to return to the dimensional universe? But if he wants to harm me, why doesn't he do it himself? Why does he have to do this? Zhou Jie thought to himself as he put away the flying ship and inspected the barrier. At the same time, he frowned and thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Jie flipped his hand and took out the heavenly plan sword. Using the Great Sun transformation technique, he stabbed the sword at the invisible barrier. The tip of the heavenly plan sword landed on the surface of the invisible barrier and instantly froze. No matter how much force Zhou Jie exerted, he could not advance any further. Zhou Jie frowned slightly at this, but he was not surprised at all. since he had determined that this barrier was set up by our extraordinary to prevent him from leaving the central universe. It was obviously impossible for him to break it with his strength. If I can't leave, then I can only enter the sixth path dimension, Zhou Jie thought to himself. At the same time, he appeared light years away in a flash. It was not that Zhou Jie did not think that the extraordinary's goal was to force him to enter the six paths world. But if that was the case, it did not make sense at all. With the extraordinary strength, if he knew that Zhou Jie had the six paths world and wanted to steal it, he would not need to wait for Zhou Jie to take out the six paths world himself. Furthermore, those who were not from the Zhou clan, even if they were extraordinary, would not be able to enter the central universe, even if they had the six paths world. Zhou Jie's original plan was to enter the six paths world and cultivate in seclusion after returning to the dimensional universe. This was because he was very clear that even if he hid in the six paths world, if there were transcendents who wanted to harm him, he would not be able to defend himself once he exited the six paths world unless he had the strength to protect himself in the dimensional universe. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible. The fastest way is through the six paths world. I don't have time to care about anything else. Zhou Jie quickly made up his mind. He opened up a dimension in an interstellar ruin with a speck of dust and entered it. He then took out the six paths world. Ever since he became an imperial emperor, Zhou Jie had never been to the Transcendental Tower. With his current strength, it was easy for him to pass through the Transcendental Tower's imperial emperor level. In other words, he only had one chance to enter the precious treasure pavilion. Zhou Jie decided to enter the six paths world this time. He would first cultivate the six paths heritage, and when he could no longer increase his strength in a short period of time, he would enter the Transcendental Tower and the precious treasure pavilion. This time, Zhou Jie chose to take out the strongest extraordinary weapon in the six paths world, chaotic demon sealing lock. The moment he entered the six paths world, Zhou Jie felt like he was in a trance. This surprised him. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, the so-called trance would not appear for no reason, unless there was an external influence. But what puzzled Zhou Jie was that he couldn't tell if he was in a trance or not. If he was in a trance, then what was the difference between before and after the trance? He couldn't tell at all. Zhou Jie couldn't help but frown at such a situation. With his cultivation, he simply didn't believe that his trance just now was an illusion. The reason why he couldn't distinguish whether he was in a mental trance or not could only mean that he was under some kind of mental influence, and he didn't notice it from beginning to end. It must be because I entered the six paths world and isolated myself from the outside world. That's why I was able to get rid of the influence. But what kind of influence is it that I didn't notice at all? Zhou Jie thought to himself. At the same time, he thought back to the abnormal state of mind in the flying ship, and he had a guess. Seems like this time, I'll have to look for Senior Zhihuan to verify this. Zhou Jie finally made up his mind, and he flew towards the second level of the Six Paths Tower, not far away. Chapter 445. After Zhou Jie arrived at the second floor, Zhou Zhihuan quickly appeared. She was still exuding a soul-stirring charm like before, but this time perhaps because Zhou Jie's cultivation had reached the Universe Emperor realm, coupled with the fact that Su Youyu's charm was even greater than Zhou Zhihuan's. Zhou Jie was very calm when he saw Zhou Zhihuan. Even he was moved by this. After greeting her, Zhou Jie went straight to the point. He told Zhou Zhihuan about what had happened recently and what he found strange. Finally, he asked if he had fallen into an illusion. After hearing Zhou Jie's description, Zhou Zhihuan's eyes lit up and her expression became very serious. She replied, "If it is as your highness said, then your highness must have fallen into an illusion. Moreover, this illusion is so powerful that it is impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. It could have been cast by a transcendent expert who is good at the Soul Tao. However, it could also have been cast by a Universe Emperor Realm expert like me, who is very accomplished in the Soul Tao." After hearing Zhou Zhihuan's words, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed. After thinking quickly, he asked again, Senior, do you know why the black-robed man imitated me? Is there a special reason? Regarding this, Zhou Jihuan shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this point, but your highness said that the black-robed man was able to imitate the Universe Emperor weapon and the Universe Emperor's secret technique. It's very likely that it wasn't real, but it was an illusion to make your highness think that the technique he used was the same as your highness. However, this also requires an astonishing amount of spiritual strength. I can only conclude that the person who used the illusion is not below me in terms of spiritual strength. Hearing this, Zhou Jie pondered for a moment. Finally, he said, It seems that I need to study this secret skill of heart force carefully. I hope Senior Jihuan can enlighten me. Your Highness, if your Highness can cultivate to the third part of the secret skill of heart force, you may be able to break the illusion. Zhou Jihuan immediately nodded and said, The third part of the secret skill of heart force. Virtual world. Zhou Jie's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the 7 divine arts that the ancient divine emperor had mentioned to him. One of them was the third part of the heart force secret skill, the virtual world. When Zhou Jihuan heard Zhou Jie's words, she nodded and said, The ancient one must have mentioned it to your highness. That's right. The third part of the heart force secret method is the virtual world. It's one of the 7 holy techniques of the Holy Land. Even I'm only at the beginner stage. If I can master it, there's hope that I can surpass Emperor Yu and become extraordinary. This is what the divine ancestor said. Hearing this, Zhou Jie's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He immediately clasped his fist at Zhou Jihuan and said, Senior, please enlighten me. Even Zhou Jie himself did not expect that he would stay in the second level of the 6th Taoist pagoda for almost 6,000 years. During the 6,000 years, Zhou Jie spent most of his time immersed in the illusion test created by Zhou Jihuan. At the same time, he was constantly searching for answers to various spiritual questions to form his own Taoist arts. It could be said that there were 20,000 different kinds of Taoist arts for every 10,000 people. For example, some people specialized in the art of illusion. They could arouse the 7 emotions and 6 desires of others, causing them to fall into eternal despair and never be reincarnated until death. Another example was that some people specialized in the art of soul slaughter. Their soul formed the slaughter domain, which could cause the collapse of the mind of others and cause them to die from fear. There were thousands of Taoist arts of soul. 6,000 years ago, Zhou Jie experienced thousands of illusions that contained different Taoist arts of soul. He also comprehended a large number of questions and experienced all kinds of knots in his heart. Every single one of them was solved by him. Even Zhou Jihuan was amazed by Zhou Jie's talent in the Taoist arts of soul. In just a few thousand years, Zhou Jihuan was able to solve all the questions that she spent tens of thousands of years to solve. From this, one could see just how firm His Highness' heart was. His understanding of the state of mind was also far beyond ordinary people. After the 6,000 years of illusions, Zhou Jie discussed the Taoist arts of soul with Zhou Jihuan for another 100 years. He had already begun to grasp the Taoist arts of soul. As long as he continued to comprehend and experience it, he would be able to step into the threshold of the 3rd chapter of the Heart Force secret art. After that, Zhou Jie left the 2nd level of the 6th Taoist pagoda and went to the 1st level to find Zhou Miaodi. He sought out the secret art to further improve his divine body. This time, Zhou Jie stayed in the 1st level for over 200 years. He left for the 3rd level with a preliminary understanding of one of the 7 saint arts, the indestructible demon body. On the 3rd level, Zhou Jie also mentioned his recent situation to Zhou Tianwu. As a transcendent, even though Zhou Tianwu was not proficient in the Taoist arts of soul, he still had a deep understanding of it. Combined with Zhou Jie's 6,000 years of cultivation in the Taoist arts of soul, Zhou Tianwu put forward some of his own opinions, which benefited Zhou Jie greatly. In the next 300 years, Zhou Tianwu began to teach Zhou Jie one of the 7 saint arts, the Galaxy Crush. The difficulty of this holy technique was beyond Zhou Jie's imagination. It was even more difficult than the stained clothes 18 falls. The key to its cultivation was, first of all, to have a strong divine body. This was something that Zhou Jie had barely achieved after he had mastered the Great Sun Transformation Divine Technique and the preliminary cultivation of the indestructible demon body. Secondly, it was necessary to have perfect control over the power. Moreover, it was necessary to open up the Star Atlas power in the body as the source of the instantaneous power of the Galaxy Crush. The Galaxy Crush had a total of 9 steps, each corresponding to a Star Atlas. After opening up a Star Atlas in his body and having perfect control over his power, he would complete the first step. After that, every additional Star Atlas and perfect control over it would be another step. After mastering all 9 steps, he would be able to cultivate the ultimate move of the Galaxy Crush, Universal Annihilation. The first step of the Galaxy Crush, the Formation Star Atlas. The second step, Pole Star Atlas. The third step, Mizar Star Atlas. The fourth step, 7 Kill Star Atlas. The fifth step, Ravenous Wolf Star Atlas. The sixth step, Annihilation Star Atlas. The seventh step, Annihilation Star Atlas. The eighth step, Chaos Star Atlas. The ninth step, Primordial Star Atlas. It took Zhou Jie 400 years to barely reach the first step and open up a dot formation Star Atlas in his body. The opening of this Star Atlas alone had increased Zhou Jie's cultivation by nearly 10%, and his strength had improved significantly. Although Zhou Jie's 6,000 years of Soul Dao cultivation had greatly improved his strength, the increase in his cultivation was far less than the 400 years of cultivation in the Galaxy Crush. Later, Zhou Tianwu also told Zhou Jie that the fourth step of the Galaxy Crush basically corresponded to the early stage of the Dao-breaking realm, the seventh step corresponded to the early stage of the Dao creation realm, and the ninth step represented the strength of at least the half-step transcendent realm. If he could use the universe-shattering profound meaning, then he could fight against pseudo-transcendence with the power of this move and barely reach the pseudo-transcendent realm. Of course, this was only taking into account the might of the profundities that the Milky Way shatter could display. Like Zhou Jie, if the day came when he could display the profundities, the other 5 Daos would definitely not be inferior. When combined, they would absolutely possess the strength of the pseudo-realm, and it would not be an ordinary kind of strong. After leaving the 3rd floor, Zhou Jie went to the 4th floor as usual. This time, he came with the goal of mastering all the 7 saint techniques. Therefore, he stayed on the 4th floor for nearly 300 years and honed the power of his will with the help of Zhou Jie. However, the cultivation of the divine might path was extremely mysterious. Zhou Jie was a person with a strong will. After cultivating for 300 years, Zhou Jie's will alone was enough to intimidate cultivators of the same level. Even so, he tried many times to master the 3 profound meanings of the divine might technique, but he was unable to do so. In the end, he had no choice but to leave and go to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, Zhou Jie learned one of the 7 saint techniques, Nirvana Void, from Zhou Goduan. However, he found that this technique was not simply an escape technique, but more like a powerful auxiliary, offensive secret technique. This technique was simple. It was to split into doppelgangers. Every doppelganger would double the speed of the main body. At most, it could split into 99 doppelgangers, increasing the speed by 99 times. Even in the Universe Emperor realm, the difference in speed between the Dao creation realm and the Dao integration realm was difficult to exceed 100 times. Besides that, the reason Nirvana Void was said to be an auxiliary attack secret technique was because every time a clone appeared, the clone would be able to move like the main body and even execute secret techniques. Moreover, the might of the secret techniques executed would be on par with the main body. In other words, when Zhou Jie could split into 99 doppelgangers, he could use 99 similar or different secret techniques at almost the same time to attack. The power of the 99 secret techniques was also the power of the superposition of the 99 secret techniques. However, the only drawback of this technique was that the doppelgangers could only exist for a very short period of time. It was so short that some secret techniques that required more than half a second to be used couldn't be used. This greatly limited the power of the secret techniques, but overall, this technique was extremely heaven-defying. Zhou Jie stayed on the 5th floor for less than 100 years before he went to the 6th floor with a preliminary understanding of Nirvana Void. Zhou Jie stayed on the 6th floor for more than 1,000 years. Chapter 446. Zhou Jie had once studied the restrictions and formations in the Six Desires Transcendental Palace. Coupled with the fact that he practiced the path of divine secrets, he had never taken a detour in the cultivation of restrictions and formations. On the contrary, they were all shortcuts. Therefore, although Zhou Jie had not studied restrictions and formations for a long time, only 2,000 years in total, his attainments were quite impressive. In terms of foundation, he was completely comparable to some old monsters who had studied this path for hundreds of thousands of years. In more than 1,000 years on the 6th floor, in addition to further mastering the enchantments and arrays he had learned under the guidance of Zhou Moji, Zhou Jie also practiced the art of inscription and divination, the art of karma deduction. According to Zhou Moji, the 4 divine secrets Taoist techniques that Zhou Jie had learned were the foundation of one of the 7 sacred techniques, myriad techniques to heaven. Once the myriad techniques to heaven was initiated, it could be said to be the most comprehensive offensive and defensive technique of the 6 paths. It was said that there was an expert in the sacred land of Zhou who had integrated this technique and reached the realm of all techniques in one, finally becoming a transcendent. The myriad techniques to heaven was also divided into 10 realms, from entry to mastery. They were: the first realm, a line of heaven; the second realm, yin and yang harmony; the third realm, 3 flowers at one's prominence; the fourth realm, 4 spirits technique breaker; the fifth realm, 5 elements at one's origin; the sixth realm, 6-fingered demonic zither; the seventh realm, 7 killing hell; the 8th realm, 8 extremities imperial fist; the 9th realm, 9 realms as one; the 10th realm, total annihilation. The 10 realms were named after the moves of the 10 realms. Being able to perform the corresponding moves meant that myriad techniques to heaven had been cultivated to the corresponding realm. However, this did not mean that one could only use a line of heaven as an attack at the first realm. Instead, one could create many secret techniques that could be used to attack and defend. They could even be used to trap the enemy and escape. In Zhou Moji's proud words, it was omnipotent. In 1,000 years, Zhou Jie had only cultivated myriad skills to the 3rd realm. Moreover, after reaching this realm, he still needed to ponder more. It would be best if he could create a secret method that suited him, instead of being restricted to the 3 flowers at one's prominence technique. Of course, 3 flowers at one's prominence was the standard to measure the realm of myriad techniques to heaven. Naturally, Zhou Jie was the first to master. After bidding farewell to Zhou Moji, Zhou Jie left the 6 Paths Pagoda and went to the Transcendental Tower. This time, he would try his best to break through the path integration and enter the path-breaking path through the rewards. The last time Zhou Jie challenged the Transcendental Tower, he had only passed the 3rd level of the Imperial Emperor realm. There were still 2 levels left. However, after 10,000 years, Zhou Jie's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Dao fusion realm. In terms of actual combat strength, it was even more heaven-defying. Even Zhou Jie himself didn't know how strong he would be if he fought. All of this could only be verified in the Transcendental Tower's Emperor realm. The Transcendental Tower's test for Emperor Universe realm had a total of 4 floors, and Emperor Universe realm only had 3 stages. Therefore, Zhou Jie could easily guess the rough difficulty of the 4 floors. The first floor required an outstanding Tao Fusion Realm expert, or even an ordinary Tao Breaking Realm Emperor Universe Realm expert, to pass. The second floor required an outstanding Tao Breaking Realm expert, or even an ordinary Tao Creation Realm expert, to pass. The third floor required an outstanding Tao Creation Realm expert, or even an ordinary Tao Creation Realm expert, to pass. As for the final fourth floor, the strength of a half-step transcendent was probably the foundation, and it might require the strength of a pseudo-transcendent to pass. Of course, Zhou Jianao knew that there were very few pseudo-transcendents. They were even rarer than transcendent experts. Therefore, he did not think that the final test of the Transcendental Tower would be so harsh. The test should be about half-step transcendent. Zhou Jie's challenge of the remaining 2 levels of the Imperial Emperor realm was needless to say. After all, there was no suspense. After clearing the remaining 2 levels of the Imperial Emperor realm, Zhou Jie received the reward for clearing the level in one go. The energy infusion from the reward was only icing on the cake for Zhou Jie. It only stabilized his cultivation at the late stage of the Path Integration realm. In Zhou Jie's opinion, the increase in strength was not that great. The key was the 2 times of guidance. With the high vantage point, Zhou Jie's harvest was much more than the previous times. Zhou Jie immersed himself in comprehension for more than 80 years, which was almost equivalent to 100 years of epiphany. One day, 80 years later, Zhou Jie opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely calm, but there was an indescribable pressure emanating from them. This was the result of him not being able to control and adapt for a short period of time after he had made progress in his laws and other aspects. I didn't expect the harvest to be so great. I can feel that I'm only a little bit away from the next step. Before I break through, I'll use the first level of the Universe Emperor realm as a trial to test my strength in the Path Integration realm. Zhou Jie thought for a moment and did not rush to break through here. Instead, he disappeared and went to the next level. One day, 17 years later, in the first level of the Universe Emperor realm of the Transcendental Tower, a terrifying tide of law energy erupted. Zhou Jie officially advanced to the Path-Breaking realm, which also meant that he had long since passed the first level of the Universe Emperor realm. Then, Zhou Jie entered the second level of the Universe Emperor realm and stayed there for more than 50 years. On this day, Zhou Jie teleported out of the Transcendental Tower and looked back at the Transcendental Tower, which was clearly right in front of him, but also seemed to be far away on the horizon. A trace of determination appeared in his eyes. The next time I come here, it will be the day of the tower's passage. After silently leaving these words in his heart, Zhou Jie turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and he raised his head to look ahead. In front of Zhou Jie, a young man in a green robe had appeared at some point. His hair was as white as snow, and his eyes were like deep pools of cold water. They were calm, but also made people feel a deathly chill. When Zhou Jie saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fist respectfully and said, "Junior Zhou Jie greets Senior Yifan." This young man was the transcendent, exalted elder of the Zhou Holy Land that Zhou Jie had met before. His name was Yifan. Yifan looked at Zhou Jie and nodded slightly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes as he said, "Your growth has exceeded my expectations. If you can become a transcendent, perhaps there really is a possibility of reviving the Zhou Holy Land." When Zhou Jie heard this, he remained silent. This was because he could completely feel the pessimism in Yifan's calm tone. His words seemed to be consoling Zhou Jie, but even he himself didn't think it was possible. Zhou Jie had nothing to say about this. This was because he also knew how difficult it was to become a transcendent. It could be said that he had no confidence, let alone the legendary saint. The gap between transcendent and saint was equally huge. Only by transcending mortality and entering Saint could Zhou Jie truly restore the Zhou Holy Land to its former glory. Seeing Zhou Jie's silence, Yifan's face was as calm as an ancient well. He continued, "Now that you are in the Universe Emperor realm and have passed the second level of the Universe Emperor Tower, it's time to impart to you my arcane technique. Arcane technique? Zhou Jie was stunned. This was the first time he had heard this term. In response, Yifan explained, "In my hometown, the arcane technique is the highest technique, an existence equivalent to the 7 saint techniques of the Holy Land. In my opinion, my arcane technique isn't much inferior to the 7 saint techniques. Now, I will impart it to you." Hearing Yifan's words, Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel excited. His eyes flashed as he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior." Yifan didn't say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes, and his body suddenly emitted waves of strange fluctuations. Under Zhou Jie's slightly surprised gaze, a small light figure the size of a pigeon's egg peeled off from Yifan's forehead and flew straight into Zhou Jie's forehead. Zhou Jie didn't stop it. After the small light figure entered his soul realm, countless memories immediately spread out and were absorbed by Zhou Jie. These memories were actually the entire process of Yifan's cultivation of the arcane technique from beginning to end. These memories were enormous, and even if they were directly transmitted to Zhou Jie would need to spend a lot of time and energy to convert them for his own use. Therefore, even with Zhou Jie's current cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to completely master this arcane technique. Zhou Jie immersed himself in the arcane technique memories for 3 whole days. Only then did he roughly understand the arcane technique that Yifan had imparted to him. At that time, he was completely shocked. This arcane technique was called Dawn and was divided into 2 parts. The first part was Extreme Night, and the second part was Daybreak. When the 2 were combined into one, it was the Dawn arcane technique. Once I master this arcane technique, its power is indeed comparable to the 7 saint techniques. Unfortunately, it's a pure offensive technique, and its overall value can't compare to any of the 7 saint techniques. However, for my current situation, it could be used as my number 1 killing move. After learning about the Dawn arcane technique, Zhou Jie quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. He was confident that he would be able to master this arcane technique within 1,000 years, and even have a chance of mastering it. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.